chaired by the Honorable Member for Mwala, Honorable Vincent Musau Musyoka, and vice chaired by the Honorable Member for Baringo South, Honorable Charles Cameron, will this afternoon move this particular motion for the consideration of a petition regarding variation of boundaries for 3 specified forests. And this is a petition that was presented by the Cabinet Secretary for Mining, the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, relating to variations of boundaries of 3 specified forests. They include the Turbo Forest, that is the Manzini area, the Mount Elgon Forest, that is the Chepyuk Phase 2 and Phase 3, and Kakamega Forest, that is Shiru, and Shaviringa settlement schemes that was laid on the table of the House the Wednesday, 24th. And of course, pursuant to the provisions of Section 34, Part 5 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 385, that the House approves the boundaries of Turbo Forest be varied by considering a number of hectares, of course, in the area of Manzini area from the original boundaries of the forest for the settlement of the landless quarters in Manzini Forest Block. Also, that the boundaries of Mount Elgon Forest be varied, of course, by excluding a number of hectares in Chepyuk area from the original boundaries of the forest for the settlement of landless quarters in Chepyuk Phase 2 and Phase 3.
Proceed.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Order, honorable members. Let those who are upstanding take the nearest seat. I have a communication to give. Yeah, honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of members of the Ethics Committee of the Assembly of the Republic of Mozambique, who are seated in the Speaker's row. They are Honorable Aliba Abalina, the chairperson and leader of the delegation. Honorable Juslino Rubao Buhale. Honorable Tendai Lazaro Zianifala. Honorable Nunes Ejiantij. Honorable Alexo Evaristo Siadad. And Honorable Christina Shalin Sevin. The delegation, accompanied by 2 staff, is on a visit to engage the National Assembly's Committee of Powers and Privileges to share experiences regarding management of conflicts of interest, parliamentary ethics and decorum, among others. Honorable members, on my own behalf and on behalf of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during their stay in the country. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Leader of Majority.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I want to join you to welcome the distinguished guests from Mozambique. They come from a very lovely country, a beautiful, beautiful. I've been to Maputo and I loved the country. You are most welcome to the Parliament of Kenya. Thank you very much. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 24th June 2026, in the afternoon sitting. 1. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, 30th June 2024, and 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of the following schools. 1. Daniel Adventist Kaptubei High School, Elgeyo Marakwet County. Don Bosco Ituru High School, Kiambu County. Katooni Secondary School, Kitui County. Migwani Boys Secondary School, Kitui County. Mohammed Ali Girls Secondary School, Mombasa. Moi Kazonzo Girls High School, Kilifi. Muka Girls Secondary School, Makueni County. Our Lady of Glory Kaptagat Girls High School, Elgeyo Marakwet County. Rev Canon Kituri Memorial Secondary School, Rev Canon Kuri Memorial Secondary School, Kilifi County. Sosiani Secondary School, Wasigishu. Tembeleo RCEA Secondary School, Wasigishu. Reports of the auditor, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2023, 30th June 2024, and 30th June 2025, and certificates they are in respect of the following schools. Moi Girls Secondary School, Kamangu, Kiambu County. Portrees Integrated Secondary School, Mombasa County. Rev Musa Gitau Girls Secondary School, Kiambu County, and Seko Girls High School, Wasigishu County. 3. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2025, and certificates they are in respect of the following schools. AIC Chebisas Boys High School, Wasigishu. Kiambu High School, Kiambu. Mamangina Girls Secondary School, Mombasa County. Mangu High School, Kiambu County. Njonjo Girls High School, Laikipia County. Senior Chief Koinange Girls High School, Kiambu County. St. John's Girls High School, Kapteret, Nandi County. Thika High School, Kiambu County. And Uthiru Girls High School, Kiambu County. I beg to lay, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order. Yes. You have the chairperson, the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. We'll skip it. It can be laid later on.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
There? It has been approved. The Honorable Clive Giserio.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give the following notice of motion that where that Kenya education sector has faced escalating infrastructure pressure culminating in overstretched facilities, particularly in boarding schools, concerned that despite the introduction of an online learner placement portal in December 2025 by the Ministry of Education to widen access and expedite transfers among schools, there continues to be inequitable outcome disproportionately disadvantaging rural learners who suffer digital exclusion, acknowledging that parental preferences of category 1, C1...
Order, honorable members. Order. The consultations are too loud. The consultations are too loud.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Parental preferences for category 1, C1, category 2, C2, schools owing to their improved infrastructure, including boarding amenities, causes over-enrollment in C1 and C2 schools. Recalling that during the inaugural admission of grade 10 learners into senior schools in January 2026 under the competency-based curriculum, some C1 and C2 schools invariably admitted learners at double or more of the approved capacity. Noting that This tendency leaves most Category 3 and Category 4 schools severely under-enrolled, some below their viable enrollment capacity. Concerned that the current capitation model based on the number of learners per school is not only misaligned with actual school facilities, but also encourages over-enrollment by some schools in pursuit of higher capitation funding, observing that the resultant overcrowding in C1 and C2 schools has eroded the recommended teacher-to-student ratio of 1:40, fueled teacher burnout, diminished instructional quality, affected individual learner attention, overstretched facilities, and compromised learner safety in cases of emergency. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the Ministry of Education, in collaboration with other relevant government agencies and stakeholders, 1, recalibrates the educational capitation formula to reflect actual infrastructural capacity and ensure the schools receive proportional and equitable capitation so as to incentivize enrollment, diversification, and achieve equitable distribution of learners across the school categories. 2, develops and enforces guidelines for capping the number of streams per category of schools at a maximum of 10 for C1 schools, 8 for C2 schools, 5 for C3, and 3 for C4 schools, with each stream not exceeding 40 students. And 3, implements a targeted and accelerated infrastructural upgrade program in C3 and C4 schools, including classrooms, laboratories, ICT hubs, boarding sanitations, and amenities, so as to achieve infrastructure standardization across all categories of schools, safeguard the quality of education, and systematically eliminate overcrowding in C1 and C2 schools. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Are they here? I'm not seeing them. Okay. The Honorable James Koyo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I ask to request a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the circumstances surrounding the attack on Chemli Sugar Academy on 18th June 2026. Honorable Speaker, on 18th June 2026, at approximately 11 a.m., a group of about 20 individuals armed with machetes, clubs, and other crude weapons forcefully entered Chemli Sugar Academy on an assault. The assailants intimidated and assaulted security personnel, teachers, support staff, parents, learners, and other stakeholders, leaving several people with serious injuries. They were reportedly carrying petrol in plastic containers, suggesting an intention to set the school ablaze. The violent incident disrupted learning, endangered the lives and safety of learners, staff, parents, and the members of the surrounding community, and has raised serious concerns regarding the adequacy of security measures at the school and other educational institutions within Moroni constituency. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1. Circumstances surrounding the attack on Chemli Sugar Academy, including the factors that led to the incident, the identity of those responsible, and the status of investigations undertaken by the relevant security agencies. 2. An indication as to whether the attack is linked to the operational transition of the school following the leasing of Chemli Sugar Company to Kibos Sugar Company in 2025, and if so, steps taken to secure stability and sustainability of the premier educational institution. 3. Immediate security measures instituted by the National Police Service to safeguard the school, protect learners, staff, parents, and the surrounding community, and prevent the recurrence of similar incidents. And 4, measures being taken by the Ministry of Interior and National Administration in collaboration with other relevant agencies to ensure that expeditious conclusion of investigations, apprehension and prosecution of all persons involved, and the restoration of safe and secure learning environment at Chemelil Academy. I demand, Mr. Speaker, that immediate arrest be done and the investigation will be done without fear or favor. Whoever was involved here, however connected they are, they must be brought to books. I rest my case, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Justice Kemei.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me to comment on the request for statement by my good neighbor from Moroni constituency. Chemelil Sugar Academy, Honorable Speaker, is a premier institution, not just in Moroni, but in Nyanza as well as Rift Valley. It draws students from all over the country, and we are concerned, Mr. Speaker, that with the change of ownership following the lease of the company to the private sector, there's not been a deliberate and good measure to then say the school, which has always been sponsored by the company, will now have to be sponsored by the people who have listed the company. Honorable Speaker, that has created insecurity along that region, and it spells danger to the students and members of the public who operate between Kisumu, Nandi, and Kericho. Honorable Speaker, that situation is so serious, it must be addressed with immediate effect so that we feel secure, and more importantly, Honorable Speaker, the students who are in that institution remain secure. Parents at this stage in time, Honorable Speaker, are worried about the developments in that premier institution, and action needs to be taken. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for engaging me.
Whatever is to be said can be said when the response comes to the House, honorable members. The chairperson, departmental committee in charge of administration and internal affairs, when are you getting us the response?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Considering that, one, that this is a very sensitive matter that needs urgent attention, and considering that we may be proceeding for recess, let me try to get a preliminary report on Thursday, that is on 2nd, as we wait for a comprehensive report, which I can able to deliver the first Thursday on resumption from recess.
It is so ordered, Honorable Koyo. The preliminary report will be on Thursday. Because of the sensitivity of the matter, the substantive report will come later on. Yes, the Honorable Ruto Dinga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for according me this to give my statement. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee on Agriculture and Livestock regarding the escalating security and social economic crisis within the Sugar Belt region, Kisumu Sugar Belt. Honorable Speaker, on 18th of June 2026, Chemelil Sugar Academy in Moroni Sub-County was attacked by the armed gang of about 20 individuals, leaving several members of staff injured and learners in distress. This attack was not just an isolated incident, but a reflection of broader systemic issues affecting communities within the Kisumu Sugar Belt, particularly around Moroni, Chemelil, and Miwani sugar companies. Concerns have been raised regarding the management and operations of the sugar companies, including alleged violation of the Sugar Industry Transition Committee's guidelines by enforcing massive layoffs and prolonged delays in payment of terminal dues to former employees. For instance, workforce retention at Moroni Sugar Company is estimated to be 30 to 40%, which is below the 80% threshold, and outstanding terminal benefits across the mills have accumulated to approximately 8 billion. Further, trade unions are denied formal recognition, and salaries have been cut up to 60% for the remaining workforce. Additionally, allegations have been made regarding encroachment onto community land, resulting in land disputes, including the Koguta land dispute in Moroni and the Nucleus Estate land conflict in Miwani. Collectively, these challenges have contributed to heightened tension, economic hardship, and insecurity within these communities. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the following. A, measures being taken by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock in collaboration with the Ministry of Interior and National Administration to guarantee security within the sugar belt, the Kisumu sugar belt, and providing psychological support to the staff and learners affected by the attacks, especially on Chemelil Sugar Academy. The measures taken, B, the measures taken to ensure Moroni, Chemelil, and Miwani sugar companies adhere to the 80% workforce retention framework and formally recognized trade union representation. C, plans by the government to settle the outstanding 8 billion in terminal dues owed to the former employees, including specific timelines for this. And D, finally, a report on the investigations into allegations of corporate encroachment, specifically the Koguta land dispute in Moroni and the Nucleus Estate conflict in Miwani. I would like this to be done because the insecurity, and as has been said by the Chair of Security, that there is a big crisis and we need it sorted as soon as possible. Thank you, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, Departmental Committee in charge of Agriculture and Livestock. Yes, Honorable John Mutunga.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, we can bring the response in 2 weeks.
I didn't get you.
Hello, Honorable Speaker. Response to that statement will come in 2 weeks' time.
3 weeks?
2.
In 2 weeks?
In 2 weeks' time, yes.
Yes, Honorable Ruto Dinga, it's proposed you get the response to your statement in 2 weeks.
2 weeks will be in recess.
No, 2 weeks.
Time will already be in recess. I don't know whether
I've just consulted. The chairperson has said within 2 weeks.
Yeah, then I'm saying that 2 weeks will be in recess, Mr. Speaker.
No,
Speaker.
He has not said after 2 weeks. He has said within 2 weeks. So the report may be even ready on Tuesday.
On Tuesday before the recess.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday before recess.
I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so 2 weeks it is, Honorable John Mutunga. Get the report. The Honorable Joseph Oyula.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to request for a statement regarding the state of emergency and trauma care services in Busia County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health regarding the state of emergency and trauma care services in Butla constituency, Busia County. Honorable Speaker, 3 women, Ms. Margaret Akuku Ojuang, Ms. Caroline Awino Wewa, and Ms. Lillian Nasubo Adiedo, together with a minor, were involved in a fatal road accident and rushed to Busia County Referral Hospital, about 30 kilometers away. Regrettably, it is reported that despite some being unconscious, they waited for about 3 hours for medical attention and were subsequently referred, which is approximately 60 kilometers away, to Bungoma County Referral Hospital. Sadly, the victims succumbed while awaiting treatment. Honorable Speaker, this is not an isolated case of failure by counties to offer emergency care, but reflects a wider national weakness in the framework and capacity for emergency and trauma care. This includes inadequate staffing, insufficient equipment, long referral distances and slow response systems that place the lives of Kenyans at risk of incidents and grief that can be avoided. Honorable Speaker, I therefore request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health on the following. The policy measures being undertaken by the Ministry of Health in collaboration with the county governments to strengthen emergency response, reduce referral delays, enhance staffing, and improve health infrastructure nationally to enhance the provision of emergency and trauma care services. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The chairperson, Departmental Committee in charge of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll be able to get a report within the first week and we come back from recess.
Honorable Yula, the first week after recess looks reasonable.
That's okay.
Yeah, so the report will be ready then and should be delivered, chairperson. The Honorable Daniel Carito, MP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A request for assessment regarding the establishment of public mental health facilities across the country. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 442C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health regarding the establishment of public mental health facilities across the country. Honorable Speaker, mental health has become one of the most pressing public health concerns in Kenya, with an increasing number of Kenyans, particularly young people, battling depression, anxiety, substance use disorders, and other mental health conditions. Despite the growing demand for the mental health care services across access to the specialized mental health facilities are privately owned, making mental health care unaffordable for many Kenyans due to the high cost of consultation, admission, medication, and rehabilitation services consecutively. Many persons living with mental illness either delay seeking treatment or go without care altogether, exposing them to worsening health conditions, stigma, loss of livelihoods, and in some cases, preventable deaths. Honorable Speaker, Section 73 of the Health Act, Chapter 241, requires the establishment and management of mental hospital with sufficient capacity to serve all parts of the country, as both the national and the county at both the national and the county levels. Additionally, the Mental Health Act, Cap 248, expressively providing for the establishment of mental health units operated and managed by both the national and the county governments. It also requires designated level 3, 4, 5, and 6 public health facilities with mental health units to provide both inpatient and outpatient mental health services. Despite these clearly legal frameworks, public mental health facilities remain inadequate, poor equipped, and unevenly distributed across the country, forcing patients and their families to seek care in costly private facilities or travel long distances to access specialist treatment. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health to provide a statement on the following. Current status of the establishment and the operation of public mental health facilities and mental health units at the national referral hospitals, including the plans to establish additional facilities across the country to match the rising cases of mental health, and policy framework for collaboration between the national government and the county government to strengthen the capacity for provision of mental health care services, including infrastructure, personnel, financing, and awareness. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This relatively extensive work will be involved in this. However, we should be able to give a report within 2 weeks after the recess.
Honorable Daniel Karaito, the report or response from the committee will come within 2 weeks after recess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
So directed. Now, there are responses to previous requests. The response by the Chair, Administration and Internal Security to the request by Honorable Mumina Bonaya. Chairperson, Administration and Internal Security.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Isiolo County, Honorable Mumina Bonaya, requested to be apprised of the rising cases of insecurity and the reported incidences of femicide and other violent crimes in Isiolo County. The Honorable Member particularly sought to be informed, 1, on the status of investigation into the murder of Linda Nasi Acheng, Ms. Wendy Kendi, Ms. Hawo Kabir Omar, and Zulfa Gola Gimbe. 2, immediate measures being undertaken to enhance security in Isiolo County. 3, the long-term measures being put in place, including and community-based intervention. Honorable Speaker, on the investigation into the murder of Ms. Linda Nancy Acheng, Ms. Wendy Kendi, Ms. Hawo Kabiro, and Zulfa Gola, measures taken to apprehend the perpetrators is as follows. Murder of Ms. Linda Nancy Acheng. On 27 November 2025, Ms. Linda Nancy Acheng was found murdered outside the GK prison farm in Isiolo County. The incident was reported in Isiolo Police Station, Vido B 2327-11-2025. Preliminary investigation established that the deceased had visible strangulation mark. Her husband, Mr. Peter Orwa Obaji, and Mr. Festo Omolo Opio, both of whom were the last persons seen with the deceased, were arrested. A search conducted at the residence of Peter led to the recovery of deceased identity card and mobile phone SIM card. On 28 November 2026, the two suspects were presented before the Isiolo law courts, where custodial orders were obtained to facilitate completion of investigation. A post-mortem examination conducted on 29 November 2025 established the cause of death as asphyxiation, secondary to manual strangulation. Upon completion of investigation, Mr. Peter Orwa Obaji was charged with the offense of murder, contrary to Section 203, as read together with Section 204 of the Penal Code. Mr. Festo Omolo Opio was recommended as a state witness. The matter is pending before court, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the murder of Ms. Wendy Kendi. On 28 February 2026, Ms. Wendy Kendi was found fatally injured at Sokomjinga, Kulamawe, Isiolo town. The incident was reported via OB number 0828 02/2026. Police officers found the victim bleeding profusely from injuries allegedly inflicted by a partner, Mr. Ezra Kidinji. The victim was rushed to Isiolo Level 4 Hospital, where she was pronounced dead on arrival. The suspect was immediately arrested, placed in police custody. A postmortem examination established the cause of death as hemorrhagic shock resulting from multiple stab and slash wound. Ezra Kidinji was charged with the offense of murder, contrary to Section 203 as read together with Section 204 of the Penal Code. The case is pending before court. Honorable Speaker, the murder of Misawo Kabiro Omar. On 3rd April 2026, Misawo Kabiro Omar, age 75, was found murdered near the GK Prison Farm in Isiolo town. The matter was reported to Isiolo Police Station. Investigation established that the deceased had been grazing goats when she was attacked by two individuals who subsequently stole her livestock. The deceased sustained severe head injuries and fracture. While police officers were processing the scene, members of the public tracked the suspect and subjected them to mob justice. The stolen goats were recovered and returned to the deceased family. The deceased postmortem examination established that death resulted from injuries inflicted by a blunt object. The two suspects, assailants, were later identified as Abbas Salom Onyango and Dennis Mwenda. Postmortem examination conducted on the victim established that she died from injuries sustained. I'll take that again. Examination conducted on the suspects established that they died from injuries sustained during the mob attack. Investigation into the circumstances surrounding the murder of the deceased and the subsequent deaths of the suspect remain ongoing under DCI Isiolo under inquiry. Honorable Speaker, murder of minor Zulva Gola Gimbe. On 7th April 2026, the body of 6-year-old Zulva Gola Gimbe, who had been reported missing on 5th April 2026, was discovered in Erupts, Isiolo County. Police investigation established that the child had left home for madrasa classes but failed to return. Following an extensive search, her body was discovered in a decomposing state on a farm within the Erupts irrigation scheme. Postmortem examination established the cause of death as asphyxia secondary to manual strangulation. The Sub-County Criminal Investigation Office in Garbatula commenced investigation and has recorded statements from several persons of interest. However, investigations have yet to yield sufficient evidence. Immediate measures being undertaken to enhance security in Isiolo County. Honorable Speaker, the following measures are being undertaken by the department in Isiolo. Intensifying both mobile and foot patrols in identified hotspots, fast-tracking investigations through timely collection and analysis of evidence, conducting intelligence-led operation, and 4, increased public awareness and utilization of the toll-free Fichua kwa DCI hotline 0800-722-203. The long-term measures being put in place, including and community-based intervention. Honorable Speaker, the following measures are being undertaken. Ongoing multi-agency intelligence-driven operation at dismantling criminal networks. 2, continued voluntary and enforcement-based disarmament exercise. 3, expansion and modernization of forensic laboratory capabilities at the DCI. 4, strengthening community policing committees to promote collaboration. 4, regular county security and intelligence committee meetings. The ministry remains deeply concerned by the loss of lives resulting from these heinous crimes and extend its condolences to the affected families. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration. Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Let me intervene in the proceedings to welcome the following schools and students in the public gallery to the House. We have in the public gallery Bicham School from Kajiado East, Kajiado County, Ndimu School from Bahati constituency, Nakuru County, Still One Rice from Ruaraka constituency, Nairobi County, Shalom Academy, Bomet Central, Bomet County, and university students from Uriri constituency, Migori County. They are all welcome to the National Assembly to observe the proceedings. The Honorable Mumina Bonaya.
Thank you, Chair, Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank Chair of Internal Security for the response, but I want to be specific on the cases that I presented in terms of the satisfactory answers that I've received. For the case of, Speaker, if you can allow me, for the case of Linda Nancy Acheng and Miss Wendy Kendi and Miss Hawa Kabiro Omar, I would say the response has been satisfactory. However, Chair, for the case of the young girl, the 6-year-old girl, Zulva Golo Gimbe, I am disappointed with the response because there are things that we know, there are things that communities know that has not really helped in terms of arresting the suspect. For example, Speaker, the suspect of this case, the man who raped the 6-year-old girl and killed her, is, I'm sad to tell you, escaped. He escaped using the car, the vehicle of the OCS who came to investigate the matter. But in the report, in the response here, we are being told they could not make any progress. Yet the suspect disappeared using the vehicle of the government vehicle. The OCS is the one who helped them escape, pretending not to know who the suspect is. So for me, I feel there are gaps there. You can't just show up in a place where an innocent girl who was out to attend madrasa classes was raped by someone, and the only effort that the OCS and the team made is to show up there and rescue people who are apparently to be suspect because there is a pending or a looming mob justice by the community. So who will defend this young girl? So for me, I feel that investigation needs to happen again. And I'm not happy with how they've handled the evidence. They didn't collect the evidence, they didn't analyze the evidence, they didn't do much. The only thing they did showing up there was to help the suspect escape. So on this matter, I still want to be, I want a satisfactory answer. That is my request.
Honorable Didoras.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think what Honorable Mumina there is saying is very serious allegation. If the OCS himself is actually a part of this crime, and is supposed to be the first person who should be arresting criminals, then that is serious indeed. And Honorable Speaker, we come from the same community with Honorable Umina Bonaya, and we take it very serious, issues to do with minors, people who have no strength to defend themselves. It is the society or the community that must protect them. I think she could be having evidence that she should share with us and will be able to share with DCI so that those individuals must be brought to justice. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
When do you want the Honorable Member to come before the committee for further interrogation of the matter?
Honorable Speaker, next Tuesday, the Minister will be coming before the committee, and Honorable Mumina is accordingly invited to make exactly the same allegation she is doing, because that is very serious as far as we are concerned.
Honorable Mumina, because of the seriousness of the matter and the matters you raise, I will not have this one concluded before the House. I'm sending the matter to the committee for further investigations, and you'll be notified by the committee as and when they can sit over it.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, just to add to what I shared earlier, on this case, the only people who have been interrogated so far on this matter are the family members of the young girl. Nobody else. That alone tells us that there is no seriousness on this case that is required.
Yes, so you know the limitations of these responses as being a presidential system. It's the reason I'm using my discretion to remit the matter to the committee for in-depth interrogation, and do attend and give the information you have so that we do justice to those Kenyans affected by the subject matter. The Honorable Irene Mayaka, the response from the Chairperson, Agriculture and Livestock.
Honourable Speaker, pursuant to the standing order 44-2C, the Honourable Irene Mayaka MP requested for a statement regarding the invasive dodder weeds in Kenya. Honourable Speaker, I stand to respond to the request for a statement by the Honourable Member as per the response I've gotten from the Honourable, the CS Agriculture. Honourable Speaker, specifically, the Honourable Member wanted to know the immediate intervention that the Ministry of Agriculture has put in place to contain the spread of dodder weed, including the availability and approval of effective means of control, methods for affected farmers in Kenya. She also sought to know the measures undertaken to sensitize farmers and the general public on identification, prevention, and management of dodder weeds infestation, particularly in hotspot areas. And finally, she also sought to know the budgetary allocation that the ministry has made to Carefree, Cairo, and other relevant institutions for nationwide mapping of dodder weeds infestation, identification of hotspot areas, research on sustainable control measures, and implementation of urgent interventions. Honourable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development responded as follows to the issues raised in the statement. The spread of invasive weeds has intensified due to climate change, rising global temperatures, and increased global movements. This has negatively affected food security and the livelihoods of millions of smallholder farmers. Dodderweed is a group of invasive parasitic weeds found in many regions across the world. These weeds attack a wide variety of plants and can lead to significant economic losses. Honourable Speaker, in Kenya, the weed is spreading rapidly and has already been reported in about 12 counties, mainly in the eastern Kenya, western and the Rift Valley regions. It now poses a serious threat, not only to trees, but also to crop production, thereby endangering biodiversity and food security. The weed causes significant damage to crops like tea, avocado, maize, sugarcane, and bananas. On avocado, Honorable Speaker, the wind has been observed in Murang'a, Nyamira, Bomet, Bungoma, Busia, Embu, Kakamega, Kajiado, Kiambu, Kirinyaga, Nakuru, Nandi, and Nyeri counties. Honorable Speaker, dotterweed also infests ornamental plants, native vegetation, and trees, reducing the aesthetic appeal of the landscape. As dodder plant grows, they repeatedly attach themselves to the post plant, forming a dense network of intertwined stems that can completely cover a tree or a shrub with their thick yellow to gold, orange or green vines, and eventually kill the hosts. Dotterweeds are highly prolific seed producers, with each plant capable of generating several thousands of seeds in a single season. Honorable Speaker, while only about 5% of these seeds germinate the following year, the rest can remain dormant in the soil and stay viable for more than 20 years. Dodder seeds are mainly spread from host plant to host plant by vectors such as birds, animals, and humans during pruning, composting of infected material, improper disposal of infested plants material, movement of infected soil and equipment. Dodder seeds germinate or at close to the soil surface, typically without influence from the host plant. The emerging seedlings produces a slender twining stem that wraps itself around any nearby object or plant. Honorable Speaker, I now move to the specific concerns raised by the honourable member. First of all, she wanted to know the immediate interventions that the Ministry of Agriculture has put in place to contain the spread of dotterweed, including availability and approval of effective means of control methods for the affected farmers in Kenya. The ministry has put in place the following interventions to contain the spread of dotterweeds. A multidisciplinary technical committee has been established to address issues of invasive pests and weeds. The committee has developed migratory and invasive pest and weed management strategy 2022-2027. The strategy is domiciled in Plant Protection and Food Safety Directorate within the State Department for Agriculture and Research. The strategy mission is to establish a system to support effective and efficient management of migratory and invasive pests and weeds for enhanced food and nutrition security in Kenya. The multidisciplinary technical committee, Honourable Speaker, members that were involved during the strategy development were Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization, or KARO, International Center for Insect Physiology and Ecology, ICIPE, International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center, which is CIMIT, regulatory agencies, Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, Pest Control Products Board, universities, the University of Nairobi in this case, Kenyatta University, and private sector, who include the Agrochemical Association of Kenya, Real Integrated Pest Management, or IAPM, State Department for Agriculture Plant Protection Unit, county governments, NGOs like Center for Agriculture and Bioscience International, KABI, among others. Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization, or KARO, in collaboration with the National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project called NAF-CDP, have developed an integrated management of the invasive species of dotterweeds, Cascuta on avocado. Honourable Speaker, Kenya Forestry Research Institute, or KEFRI, has developed guidelines for dotterweed management in Kenya. The purpose of these guidelines is to provide information and build capacity to farmers, landowners, tree growers, foresters, and other stakeholders on available strategies for management of dodder weed in order to control spread of the weed. The second issue that the honourable member sought to know, Honourable Speaker, is the measures undertaken to sensitize farmers and general public on identification, prevention and management of dodder infestation, particularly in hotspot areas. And the ministry's response as follows. The government, through the National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project, or NAFCDP, supports awareness creation and trains farmers involved in the avocado value chain across the major avocado producing counties in Kenya. The project counties for the avocado are Bomet, Bungoma, Embu, Kakamega, Kiambu, Kericho, Kirinyaga, Kisii, Machakos, Meru, Murang'a, Nandi, Narok, Nyamira, Nyeri, Uasin Gishu, and Vihiga. And Honourable Speaker, realize these counties also map very closely to the targeted strategic, prevention or control counties. In the integrated management of invasive species guidelines on dodder weed in avocado has been distributed to small-scale farmers in the avocado value chain to serve as a technical guideline for managing the invasive weed. Dodder can only be effectively controlled using an integrated management approach, as no single method has been proven to adequately manage the weed on its own. The integrated approach combines preventive, cultural, mechanical, and chemical methods that farmers and the general public use to manage dodder weeds. Biological control, Honourable Speaker, has to do with research which is underway in Kenya for dodder control using natural enemies or biocontrol agents. The third issue that the honourable member sought to know is the budgetary allocation that the ministry has made to KEFRI and CARO and other relevant institutions for national-wide mapping of dodder infestation, identification and hotspot areas, research on sustainable control measures, and implementation of urgent interventions. The ministry's response as follows. The ministry has not allocated budget to KEFRI, CARO, and other institutions for management of invasive weeds activities such as mapping dodder infestation, identification of the hotspot areas, and research. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Yes, the Honourable.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I think I just wanted to go on record that I reject that response in totality because it is extremely, extremely underwhelming. Honourable Speaker, as we have heard, this dodder weed is a weed that has affected up to 17 counties in this country. If you drive along on your way from Kisumu all the way to, as you drive along Sondu, all the way to Kisii, Nyamira, you will see what the dodder weed has done. It has even affected the fences that people have put in their houses, as well as the fruits, especially the avocado fruit and the tea fruit. Honourable Speaker, in this response, the ministry is telling us that they have put in place extensive research personnel to undertake and find out what exactly is wrong with this weed. And then when it comes to budgetary allocation, they tell us that they have put no budgetary allocation for it. And yet, Honourable Speaker, especially where I come from, in Nyamira and in Kisii, the avocado fruit and tea are two extremely important cash crops. The same with the counties that have been mentioned. And Honourable Speaker, I just want to mention the counties once again so that honourable members can hear just how extraneous this particular weed is. It has affected the counties of Bomet, Bungoma, Embu, Kakamega, Kiambu, Kericho, Kirinyaga, Kisii, Machakos, Meru, Murang'a, Nandi, Narok, Nyamira, Nyeri, Uasin Gishu, and Vihiga. Out of all these counties, 17 counties, and some of these counties are the counties that are the food basket of this country. How can the ministry say that they have not allocated any budget towards control and prevention of this particular weed. So, Honorable Speaker, I just want to state that this response is unacceptable and the ministry needs to get back to us and give us a better response than this. Thank you.
Honorable Doris Donya.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remember some times back, I asked a question before this House about the tea farmers in Kisii, Nyamira, and some parts of Rift Valley where they were receiving low tea bonuses. Part of it is because of this weed, Mr. Speaker, because they said parts of Nyanza, Rift Valley, we have low quality tea. We have found an answer to that, part of the answer, Mr. Speaker. Then the ministry is saying they have not allocated any budget. When I read through the response from the chair, they had said they always conduct some research. So which research are they going to continue doing when they have not allocated any money for this purpose? I find the answers from the Ministry of Agriculture fake. They take farmers for granted, Mr. Speaker. I get outstanding every day. I get an answer from the chair of agriculture. I'm just waiting for this year's budget, bonuses from the farmers, and then they will say we are going to conduct another research where the farmers are received a low bonus. Yet, when they think of doing an allocation to this ministry, they don't consider key things which affect the farmers. Remember, Mr. Speaker, tea helps in food security. Tea has employed many people in this country. At the same time, we depend on it on everything, Mr. Speaker. For once, can we ask the chair to be serious? We don't stand to ask questions for the sake of it. We ask because we want to help our people. He has raised up his hand. I want to hear what he's saying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the chair to clarify whether daughter, which is also called cascata, this parasitic weed which the honorable member has raised, whether it has any beneficial results, because I was just Googling because I wanted to find out about it. And I've also seen it in the effects of my farm, Honorable Speaker. And they are talking here that it has key traditional and potential health benefits. And among them is reproductive and sexual health, where it improves impotence and other things. So I just wanted to seek the advice from the chair, because whether in the research, because you've talked about research, whether is it also beneficial, and is there a way that this can be harnessed for other benefits, because it is being used in other countries, Iran and other places. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
The Honorable Fatuma will have the last joyride on this one. We have a very long order paper, Honorable Members.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to give my voice to this because I also come from Migori County, where a little bit part of Kisii, coming towards Migori, we do grow tea. Honorable Speaker, the chair has just said that they don't have allocation in the budget for money to deal with this problem. But Honorable Speaker, in his response, he has mentioned that they have a committee that is called MATE, that is supposed to deal with this situation, that they are sitting every day. I don't know what they are doing, but they have a location, they have budget to take tea, to take mandazi, to take Keringet mineral water, to sit on nice red seats. Honorable Speaker, they are paid to sit. They have a budget for that, but they don't have a budget to do what is necessary on the ground. So why don't they disband this organization that they call a committee? And if I may read for you, Honorable Speaker, it's a very large committee. It comprises of Kenya Agriculture Livestock Organization, International Center of Insect Psychology and Ecology, International Maize Wheat Improvement Center, I don't know what, international, sitting to drink tea and do nothing. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg the chair, please, I am sorry to say this, but in your smile, you should really be ashamed of this response. Because in your area, they grow tea, they grow coffee. How do you bring such a statement into this house, even avocado, and convince us that there's no money in the budget? Where were you when they were doing the budget? Because where you sit in your village, this problem is there. Where were you when the budget was being done as a member of parliament? In your committee, you have 15 members. I am sure in this country where they come from, they grow tea, they grow avocado, they grow everything that is being affected here. Where were they? Sorry to say, but shame on them.
Honorable Fatma, you cannot, speak in that matter, in that manner against members when you have no substantive motion. So we withdraw the shame on them. More so as a chair of a committee yourself.
Honorable Speaker, yes, I withdraw. But Honorable Speaker, you will find that there were Munyoros who are against the budget who decided not to sit when this issue was being discussed. So once again, not shame on you, but I'm sorry for your ignorance.
Is that parliamentary? Yeah, your regret for the ignorance of any member is acceptable. So long as you, don't withdraw. That one I'm told is parliamentary. The Honorable John Mutunga, your response, or the response coming from the ministry is not sufficient.
Honourable Speaker, I first of all would like to address my colleagues on the content of this response. Honourable Speaker, it is extremely wrong for Honourable Mayaka to rise and pick the list that is targeted at control as the one that is affected. Yet the report is here with her. Honourable Speaker, I refer to the point number 2, the first paragraph. She has read the counties that are targeted by the NAFS CDP, or what we are calling the National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project. Those are the ones, the counties that are targeted by this particular project for control, not the affected. So that's the wrong premise. Honourable Speaker, on the other hand, I would like to respond to the Honourable Donya. Honourable John Donya likes speaking to the gallery. Honourable Speaker, in this house made a determination that our committee and anybody else, any other member who is interested in joining the committee to do the inquiry on the tea bonus amounts, or rather the determination of the bonus, joins that particular committee. We formed the committee, which was an expanded committee. We divided the members by 2. We agreed that those
Honorable John Mutunga, are you still on the Doda weed?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Donya has brought up another issue which I need to respond to because she is extremely ignorant.
Don't go to issues which are not related to the matter.
But Honorable Speaker, when a honorable member stands here and brands another member ignorant, before they even know what the content is, and they have been involved in a process, and on the first day of outing, they were already convinced that they do the wrong things on their side. So who is ignorant here? It is the honorable member who actually on the second day of the outing was already convinced. She left the team. Honorable Speaker, let me go back to this report and it is respond to this lady. Honorable Speaker, the honorable member,
you see what,
Honorable Speaker,
you see,
let me respond to honorable.
Order. Honorable John Mutunga, I cautioned you against going away from the subject matter. Take your seat, Honorable John Mutunga. Just take your seat, Honorable John Mutunga. The Honorable Doris Donya, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, the chair has mentioned Donya 4 times, more than even taking that time to allocate the budget. I'm not the one who came up with the statement that there is no budget which has been allocated. I'm not the one who took the Doda weeds to Kisii. Facts, you don't have the budget. Why is Donya coming in?
Yeah, the Honorable Fatuma.
Honorable Speaker, may I kindly introduce myself to the Honorable Member, because he referred to me as, may I respond to this? I'm not a this. My name is Miss Fatuma Zainab Mohammed, Chair of Special Funds Committee, a CBS. I am a first timer who is a CBS, and I am a woman. And I represent 8 sub-counties. My dear brother, you look at me with some respect.
Order. I think that introduction is enough. Honorable John Mutunga, please keep to the sufficiency of your response and what you can do to seal any gaps.
Honorable Speaker, I did not write this report. I'm reading the report from...
Yeah, so what do you propose to do to address those additional issues?
The contextual matters on the report, Honorable Speaker, cannot be misquoted in this House before us. We have to...
Honorable John Mutunga.
Honorable Speaker, let me finish by saying this.
Honorable John Mutunga. The members are saying that the response you've read on behalf of the ministry has gaps. How do you want to address them? That is why I've given you the mic.
Honorable Speaker, I'm coming to that. The ministry on one hand has said they have a multi-agency control team, technical committee, which is addressing this. On the other hand, they say there is no...
What is out of order, Honorable John Kiari?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. And the issue being addressed here is a national issue that is a catastrophe for agriculture. However, Mr. Speaker, understanding this, I think it would be more in order and along our parliamentary procedures that this goes back to the ministry so that this burden is not occasioned upon the chairperson, who himself is only just relaying a message to this House, Mr. Speaker. I know, Mr. Speaker, you can put it appropriately where it belongs. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
The Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, Senior Counsel, what is out of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I advise my colleague, Honorable John Mutunga, that as said, this is a national issue, but it appears to be a national issue that is of particular concern to our lady colleagues. And so, as you are getting the answer, please advise the ministry that you do not want to suffer the wrath of the women members of parliament.
Yes. Honorable Mutunga, did you note the concerns of Honorable Pukose, which you've not addressed also?
I'm addressing the concern of Honorable Pukose,
yeah.
Speaker.
So address the House in terms of how the responses which are not in the report will come to the House, or what you want to do to secure that the response is satisfactory.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I note that the report is insufficient, especially indicating that there is no budget. When already there is a committee formed that is doing some work, and we have research institutions, the National Research System, and the other centers which are international and helping Kenya. So, Honorable Speaker, I think that is a contradiction. On the issue that the Honorable Kose...
Are you saying it is a contradiction, or you are going to seek clarification from the ministry?
We will seek clarification, Honorable Speaker.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker, on the issue that the Honorable Kose wrote, raised, Donda wheat is also called Kaskuta, Honorable Speaker. And Kaskuta, Honorable Speaker, is important because it is used in the medical, for production of highly valued medical products like antioxidants, anti-inflammatory, and hepatoprotective, with hepatoprotective properties. Honorable Speaker, what I'm trying to say here is that it is also useful, and that is why we are conducting research. Honorable Speaker, research is not just about finding whether they are weeds or not. Research is finding whether these weeds are useful and whether they can be commercialized. And as we do look at that, we also look at the preventive measures in those farms that are likely to be infested by this weed. So, Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of work that needs to be done. We cannot conclude this matter.
How long do you need to bring a substantive response on those gaps you mentioned?
Honorable Speaker, may I propose that I bring the response on the second week after the recess?
So, honorable member, second week after recess, there will be a more substantive response to those additional issues you've raised.
Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, there is an issue that an honorable member in this house indicated that we do not know how to allocate budget. Honorable Speaker, I would like to address that as the chair of the committee.
Honorable John Mutunga, I took note of that. It is a non-issue. It's a non-issue. Let us go to the next response, which will be by the Chairperson, Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee, to the statement request by Honorable Caroline Ngeleche. But before you do, Chairperson, I want to allow the Honorable Mark Ogola Nyamita to welcome the university students from Uriri, Migori County, together with all visiting students to the house to observe proceedings.
Thank you, Chair. You'll allow me to break procedure a bit, Chair, on that issue, even as Mutunga goes to seek further engagement with the Ministry on Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Pukose is just not a member of this House. He's a medical doctor. And I understand the concerns of the ladies, especially when Pukose says the particular weed can cause impotence in men. And you can see how our women colleagues are very concerned about this. So I want to urge, Mr. Speaker, that Honorable Pukose be given time.
Honorable Mark Nyamita.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The weed was not causing impotence.
That's what
the weed, according to Dr. Pukose, is treating impotence.
Oh, okay.
So the excitement of the female members could be more positive than on the negative side.
Oh, in that case, then they need to give feedback very quickly so that we can allay the fears of our female colleagues, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to welcome a group of university students. Some of them are graduates in agriculture and they might help in that particular research. To this particular house, I am indeed honored that they are here. Mr. Speaker, as you might be aware, in this coming election of next year, I will not be seeking votes to come back here, but to go to a higher seat. So I did invite the young men, some of them who have graduated and some who are still in school, to come and see where I sit, because maybe one of them might be here the next time, Mr. Speaker. And also for them to witness that members of parliament here, do a great job. So I take this opportunity to welcome all the students and those who are in school and those who are not there. Karibuni sana to the 13th parliament. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, the students are welcome again to the house to observe the proceedings. The chairman, Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee. Is there a way you can go straight to the specific responses?
Noted, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a response to a request for statement by Honorable Caroline Ngeleche, MP, regarding the circumstances surrounding the death of Mrs. Sheila Jipkorir Tanui in Australia. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ngeleche MP, pursuant to Provincial Standing Order 44-2C, requested for a statement from the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs regarding the circumstances surrounding the death of Mrs. Sheila Jipkorir Tanui in Australia. The committee specifically sought clarification on the following. 1. A report on the investigations being conducted by the Australian law enforcement and forensic authorities into the death of Ms. Sheila Jipkorir Tanui, including the steps taken to secure all available CCTV footage, witness statements, and forensic evidence to establish the actual cause of her death. 2. The measures being taken by the Government of Kenya to engage Australian authorities to ensure a thorough and transparent investigation into the circumstances surrounding the death of Mrs. Sheila Chepkorir Tanui and to guarantee the family's access to all relevant findings and evidence. And 3, the support and consular assistance being extended to the family by the Kenyan High Commission Australia, including measures to facilitate the dignified repatriation of Mr. Tanui's remains and the provision of appropriate support to the family. Honourable Speaker, on the investigation being conducted by Australian law enforcement and forensic authorities into the death of Ms. Sheila Chepkorir, the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs states that the Government of Kenya, through the Kenya High Commission in Australia, has maintained close contact with the relevant Australian authorities since being notified of the incident. The Ministry further states that the matter was reported to the Day Street Police Station in Sydney, New South Wales, immediately following the incident. Investigations commenced thereafter under the competent Australian law enforcement authorities, led by the Australian police officers who visited the scene and initiated the investigation. The Ministry has been informed by the Kenyan High Commission in Australia that investigations remain ongoing and that the Coroner's Office is yet to finalize and release its official report. The Australian authorities have assured the Kenyan High Commission that all relevant investigation procedures are being undertaken in accordance with the Australian law, including collection and examination of relevant forensic evidence, retrieval and examination of available CCTV footage, recording and assessment of witness statements, and analysis of all relevant information necessary to establish the circumstances and cause of death. Honourable Speaker, for the measures being undertaken by the Government of Kenya to engage Australian authorities and ensure a thorough and transparent investigation, the Ministry states that the Kenya High Commission in Canberra has maintained continuous engagement with the New South Wales Police Force and other relevant Australian authorities regarding the progress of investigation. The Ministry further states that the Ministry, through the State Department for Diaspora Affairs and the Kenyan High Commission, continues to monitor the developments and follow up with relevant authorities to ensure that the family receives timely updates regarding the progress of investigation. Honourable Speaker, on the support and consular assistance being extended to the family, the Ministry says that the Government of Kenya remains committed to supporting the family during this difficult time. Key interventions undertaken include maintaining regular communication with the family and keeping them informed of verified developments concerning the case and issuing a support letter to facilitate the visa processing for the deceased brother to travel to Australia and assist the family during this difficult period, and providing counseling and psychological support services to the family members through the State Department of Diaspora Affairs. I submit and thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Caroline Ngilichei.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to, first of all, appreciate the member for the response, albeit very late. Mr. Speaker, they have taken more than 3 weeks to respond to this particular question. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, there is no committal in the part of the government. What the statement is saying is it's not committal, neither is it giving any substantial information about anything. It's just we will continue to engage. Until when are they going to continue engaging, Mr. Speaker? Number 2, the government, for your information, the ministry has been relying on family members to give them the information. The family members made their own effort and sent one of their own to Australia to do a follow-up with the authorities of the Australian government. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs shamelessly has been reaching out on the family members to update them on how far they are going with it. I was expecting to get the statement, and I would wish, Mr. Speaker, to get your attention. I was hoping that there was a follow-up. I was expecting the government to say we have engaged a legal, we have given the family legal assistance, we have done statements from the hotel or such things. But when the statement simply says that we are engaging, how are you engaging? Is it by phone? Has the ambassador even reached out to the family members? Mr. Speaker, it is a very ambiguous statement which is not committing to anything. And I would wish, to me, if you ask me to rate the response from the ministry out of 10, I'll give it 0.5. out of 10. I'll just give the effort of taking time, 3 weeks, to just write such a flimsy statement. Mr. Speaker, the Kenyans in diaspora really suffer. As I said last week, these are people who contribute much to the economy of this country. Whenever they face challenges outside there, Mr. Speaker, the government should also give them special attention, and they should know that these are people who are far away. I'm made to understand that the hotel, Mr. Speaker, is a 5-star hotel where the lady had just worked for 2 weeks. The post-mortem report indicates that there was a planned trauma behind her head, and then she fell. But we are being told, initial report said that she fell from 19th floor to 4th floor. Right now, they have reduced the number of floors. They are saying she fell from 14th floor to 4th floor. Maybe by next week, she will have fell from 2nd floor to 1st floor. Mr. Speaker, issues of people should be taken seriously by the Ministry of Diaspora. Number 2, I would also was expecting that because of the number of deaths that have happened out of the country, especially to these young students in the university, Mr. Speaker, the ministry should even go ahead and maybe come up with a policy, a welfare or an insurance policy. You know, this girl was just in Australia for 6 weeks. She worked for 2 weeks. And then she had been, the parents had contributed a lot of money for her to go to university because she was going there to do a master's program. Now they had to do another fundraiser. They did about 3 or 4 fundraisers to repatriate her body back to the country after suffering the loss of having paid the school fees, the air ticket, and now to repatriate the body back. I think, Mr. Speaker, I'll still need... I know the cabinet secretary, the prime cabinet secretary had been away with the president, and maybe this report was just developed because of the pressure from this house. I just need another new report when we come back from recess, a comprehensive one that will be indicating how far that the investigations are, what the Kenyan mission in Australia is doing, and also the report from the authorities and the investigators in Australia. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I've noted the concern of Honorable Ngeleche, and I'm sure issues of especially support to Kenyans is very key. And you know, even as a committee and as a parliament, it is us also to allocate resources to the Diaspora State Department. There is what we call now the Diaspora Fund, which is still in the works and has not been funded yet. I think once the Diaspora Fund comes into operation, I think the issue of support to Kenyans in distress outside the country will be addressed. But on the matter of the report not being very conclusive, I agree with her because these are progressive reports, and so we'll ask the ministry to ensure that they should give us a progressive report on what's happening. Remember, this is murder, and it also requires probably a bit of time for them to bring all the reports, looking at the fact that it's another country, it's another law enforcement that is dealing with it. But nevertheless, we'll still ask them to collaborate and engage with the Australian law enforcement to ensure the report is availed. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Chair, when do you want to bring the progress report in terms of the state of investigation?
Yes, and I think even Honourable Ngeleche agrees that because we are also going on recess, I think once we come back from recess, probably all these ongoing reports, investigations will have captured much of the information. So after recess, probably first week of recess, we will be able to have a complete and comprehensive report.
Honourable Ngeleche, that sounds reasonable. Because the investigations are continuing, the chair is undertaking that there will be a progress report before the House, which can be, debated as we go along on this sensitive matter. The first week when we come from recess.
That's okay, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. The response by the Chair Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works to the statement request by Honorable Onesmus Ngongoyo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on 8 June 2026.
Yeah, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, what is out of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd actually wanted to comment on the Australian case because it was raised with us when we were in Australia last month. And the case of the girl who died because they were saying that she had committed suicide, but every evidence pointed to a possibility of murder. I know I'm in the committee and I've raised it with the committee, but the other issue that was raised by the Kenyans resident in Australia was the high number of Kenyans who are dying there. So I think I would request, even though the vice chair has left, but because I sit in the committee, I think I'll bring it up when we discuss, that we need to look at it globally. A lot of young Kenyans are dying.
Yeah.
So we need to look at what is causing that.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Millie. And luckily, Honorable members, in both of the two issues, they will come back to the House after recess. So I hope we will engage in greater detail then. Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on 8 June 2026, the member for Kachato North constituency, Honorable Onesimus Ngongoyo.
Is Honorable Onesimus Ngongoyo in the House? Okay.
Onesimus
and could
MP,
you go to the specific responses so that we save on time?
The MP requested for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works regarding the collapse of a building under the construction at Ole Nairi area, Kachato North constituency. Honorable Speaker, in the statement, the own member sought to establish, among other things, number one, a report on the circumstances that led to the collapse of the 8-story building at Ole Naira area on 8 May 2026, including the copies of approvals granted for the project, whether MS Coastlink Building Works Limited was registered at the time of the collapse of the building, and whether the construction complied with the approvals and the NCA standards. Number two, an explanation on how the collapsed building had risen as high as 8 stories at the time of collapse, yet the area is within a flight path zone restricted to 4 stories, and actions taken for violation. Number three, the steps taken to resettle tenants and homeowners who moved as a result of the collapse, and support being extended to families of the deceased workers. Number four, the measures being taken to restore the access roads in Ole Nairi destroyed during the clearance of rubble from the site of the collapsed building. Number five, the measures in place to ensure that construction workers across Kenya are covered by adequate occupational safety and health protections and compensation frameworks. Honorable Speaker, the committee received a response from the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development through the Clerk of the National Assembly, which I now wish to convey as follows. Regarding a report on the circumstances that led to the collapse of the 8-story building at Ole Naira area on 8 May 2026, including copies of approvals granted for the project, whether MS Coastlink Building Works Limited was registered at the time of the collapse of the building, and whether the construction complied with the approvals and NCA standards, the State Department informed the committee that it received reports of the collapse of a residential building under construction located in Ololua area on the outskirts of Ngong on the morning of 9th May 2026. The State Department further informed the committee that the developer had submitted an application to the county government of Kachato on 20th February 2025. An approval was subsequently granted fire form PLUBADC/8 under registered application number PKN 044/25 on 26th February 2025. In addition, NEMA flight license number NEMA EIA/BSL/39046 dated 10th April 2025 approved the construction of an 8-story building comprising a basement and ground floor parking area with the first to 8 floors each containing 5 3-bedroom units and associated amenities on plot RN number Ngong/Ngong/107078 Ngong Municipality. The project was also registered by the National Construction Authority under the project registration number 4618315711767, valid from 25th April 2025 to 25th April 2027. The State Department established that the parties involved in the project were Mr. Matthew Kipkoech Keter as the developer or client, and Force Designs and Building Solutions Limited as the contractor, and not Coastlink Building Works Limited as indicated in the request for the statement. The contractor was registered with the National Construction Authority under registration number 830585/B/0324, category Building Works NCA3 with a valid license. The State Department further informed the committee that the developer had engaged engineer Ngugi Jacob Kipe, registration number A4926 as the project engineer, and architect Maimba Kahara, registration number A2107 as the project architect. However, the engineer subsequently withdrew his indemnity on the project fired letter ref number JK02/250606 dated 6th June 2025, while the architect formally withdrew from the project fired letter ref MK2425 dated 30th January 2026. The State Department also informed the committee that an inspection conducted on 30th June 2026 established that the project was proceeding without the supervision of the project consultants. Consequently, the National Construction Authority issued suspension of works, order number 197588. Regarding the cause of the collapse, the State Department indicated that investigations undertaken since 8 May 2026 revealed that the collapse resulted from structural deficiencies, poor workmanship, and non-compliance with approved designs. Although the project had obtained development approval from the county government, a NEMA license, and NCA registration, inspections reveal contradictions between the approval plans and the actual construction, which had exceeded the approval height. While approval had been granted for 8 floors, the building had reached 9 floors at the time of the collapse. The State Department concluded that the collapse stemmed from a combination of exceeding the approval height, disregarding regulatory orders, and structural weaknesses, thereby underscoring enforcement gaps and violation of NCA standards. Honorable Speaker, regarding the explanation on how the collapsed building had risen as high as 8 stories at the time of collapse, yet the area is within a flight buffer zone restricted to 4 stories, and the actions taken for violation, the State Department informed the committee that whereas the statement raised the issue that Ole Nairi site lies within a flight bird zone restricted to 4 stories, a review of statutory approvals and regulatory records showed no evidence that Ngong or Lua is formally designated as a flight bird zone. The State Department further indicated that it had sought clarification from the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority on the matter. Honorable Speaker, regarding the steps taken to settle the tenants and homeowners who moved as a result of the collapse and the support being extended to families of the deceased workers, the State Department informed the committee that the settlement of victims of disasters, such as building collapses, is a shared responsibility across several institutions, county governments, through their county disaster risk management committees, coordinate local disaster response, including shelter and relocation. At the national level, the National Disaster Operations Center oversees evacuations, provision of safe refuge, and delivery of essential supplies, while the National Disaster Management Unit under the Ministry of Interior provides command and coordination during emergencies during the National Emergency Disaster Plan. The State Department further informed the committee that the National Disaster Risk Management Authority, established under the 2026 Act, provides legal framework for disaster risk management by coordinating national and county efforts, managing the Disaster Risk Management Fund, and ensuring that victims receive resettlement support. The State Department indicated that this mandate remains focused on technical inspection, regulatory compliance, and advisory services within the construction sector. In recognition of the need for coordinated action, it has established a multi-sectorial agency to bring together key players in the construction sector and relevant disaster response agencies. The committee is intended to foster collaboration and synergy aimed at enhancing safety and orderliness in the built environment. The State Department further informed the committee that it is in the process of gazetting the committee to provide it with statutory authority and enable it to address cross-cutting issues such as resettlement in a structured and legally backed manner. The State Department also informed the committee that it continues to experience significant financial constraints in executing its coordination mandate, particularly in responding to building collapses and undertaking continuous inspection aimed at identifying and addressing structural deficiencies before collapses occur. These challenges are further compounded by the absence of a legal mandate for multi-sectorial agency consultative committee, which limits its effectiveness in coordinating enforcement and preventive interventions. Honorable Speaker, regarding the measures taken to restore the access road in Ole Nairi destroyed during the clearance of rubble from the site of the collapsed building, the State Department informed the committee that while road restoration is outside its direct mandate, it is proactively strengthening multi-agency coordination through multi-sectorial agency consultative committee. The State Department indicated that this framework will ensure that future responses to disasters, whether involving access roads, structural safety, or resettlement, are handled collaboratively with clear accountability and enhanced efficiency. Honorable Speaker, regarding the measures in place to ensure that construction workers across Kenya are covered by adequate occupational safety and health protection and compensation frameworks. The State Department informed the committee that Occupational Safety and Health Act Cap 236A provides the legal foundation for workers' protection in Kenya, and it is enforced by Directorate of Occupational Safety and Health Services under the Ministry of Labor. Employers are legally required to register workplaces, implement safety measures, and provide compensation for injuries sustained at work. The Work Injury Benefits Act complements OSHA by ensuring that injured workers...
Order, Chairperson. What is out of order, Honorable?
Speaker, you see, there seems to be general consensus on the agreement of that answer. And because the Honorable Ngogoyo is here, and probably the only one interested in that matter, because I can see everybody else is on his phone and doing other things. You could actually give the response, because it's lengthy and long, was detailed, and we thank whoever prepared it for it. We give it to the Honorable Ngogoyo. He reads, if he has issues, he can raise with him, and then we move on. We seem to be stuck.
Honorable Chairperson, how long do you have to go?
Almost. And all these are very critical points, Mr. Speaker. Very critical points. I'm almost.
Proceed.
Yeah, maybe two. Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Mbaya, your concern.
So together with this framework established, the statutory obligations for worker safety and compensation. The State Department further informed the committee that the National Construction Authority plays a complementary role by accrediting and certifying skilled construction workers and its supervisors, thereby ensuring that only qualified personnel are engaged in the project. The accreditation reduces risk and enhances safety standards on construction sites. The State Department indicated that responsibility for worker safety is shared with employers, contractors required to comply with Occupational Safety Health Act provision, provide protection equipment and maintain safety working conditions, while Director of Occupational Safety and Health Services enforces compliance, and NCA strengthens safety through accreditation. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the State Department informed the committee that it remains committed to strengthening regulatory oversight, enhancing coordination among relevant agencies, and promoting safety within the built environment. The State Department indicated that it has requested additional budgetary allocation through its submission to the National Assembly to support timely emergency response, routine inspections, for sending inspections, and improve interagency coordination, thereby enabling more effective prevention of building collapses and other construction-related disasters. The State Department further stated that it remains committed to implementing the recommendation arising from its investigation and taking all necessary measures to safeguard lives and property. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I submit and attach to what I have just read is submission from the State Department for Public Works. A copy of the same was availed to the Honorable Member in advance, Honorable Member Ngogoyo. Thank you,
Honorable Onesmus Ngogoyo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank the Chair. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, as I appreciate the good response and detailed response, and thank you for intervening so that this detailed response, the public, even those in Nairobi and other counties, can know from the State Department that the construction of this particular building, there are a number of things that have come out to be very clear. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I want to ask the chair of the committee, they have detected 3 abnormalities that were present in that building. Number 1, it did not have an architect. He had withdrawn last year, June. So the construction was ongoing without an architect. The resident engineer, Ngugi, resigned this year, January, but the building was ongoing. Now that there is either an omission or a commission, there is an error that has happened. What is the State Department doing to prosecute whoever was ongoing without an engineer as required by law and an architect as required by law? What is the State Department doing? Because the DCI say they are waiting for a report from Public Works. Have you forwarded the same to DCI so that they can go on with this? I also want to register my appreciation that even on a number of issues that were not in the State Department for Public Works, like disaster management, you have said that the co-shared responsibilities, you have deficiencies in mitigating some of the problems that have come there, and that one I have noted very well. In this case, because the response is detailed, I just want to know from you, have you forwarded the same information to DCI? And anybody who doubts that statements provide answers in this parliament or in the public, this statement is an example of what a good working committee can do. And I want to thank the new chair for bringing in this good response on time. On that one answer, I'd request, Mr. Speaker, you allow him to respond to me.
The Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to say that I have noted the concerns of Honorable Ngogoyo, and his concern, I want to say, is very genuine, very genuine. And I also want to thank him because he's very concerned about his constituents. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to be on record that I'll bring more clarification concerning that the first week on after recess. Thank you. I'll get in touch with the ministry.
I think we will leave it at that, but also to alert members that the proceedings of the House are public, and the DCI, in terms of their investigations, should be observing the proceedings and should know what to do in terms of the investigations or further investigations they want to take. Yeah, what is out of order, Honorable Pukose?
You know, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ngogoyo thanked the committee. This report has also come from the ministry. He should also thank the ministry and the government by extension that is doing a good work.
Yeah, that one goes under what Honorable Tiendamolo would call judicial notice, as the report has come from a government ministry. Yeah, so let us go to the next response. Yes, Honorable Ngogoyo.
Why you see me insisting on this response? 4 lives were lost, not of residents of Kajiado North. One came from Bomet, one came from Navakolo. They were just simple painters painting a house, and it crashed on them. Those 4 lives must be accounted for by this National Assembly.
Yes.
We must be accountable. That's why I'm insisting, let it be on public record that the ministry did its work. It is a contractor who had his own work that ended up bringing the lives of 4 individuals down.
Yeah, it is already on record, and the chair also informed that you already have a copy of the report. So there are some things you can do to help with the investigations without being publicly on record, really. Yeah, the response by the Chair, Transport and Infrastructure Committee to the statement request by Honorable Peter Masara.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Speaker,
Is Honorable Peter Masara in the House?
And if he is not...
Well, if he's in the House, as per tradition, please table the response. Table the response.
Honorable Speaker, I think for the record of Parliament and this House, I would state that I think we had shared the response with Honorable Masara. It's about the bridge, the Migori Bridge. And I think it will be in order because to table this report, but to let them know that the works have been contracted and the contractor will be on site as soon as possible. I may now table the report.
No,
Thank you.
I want for once to review the direction I've given on that. This is the one concerning the main bridge in the middle of Migori.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
This one will be treated as the property of the house, even absent the member. I want you to read the specific recommendations you're making. Because that bridge is cutting off a transnational highway. That's the only way going through Tanzania, through Sirare border.
Honorable Speaker, I think in summary is the fact that this bridge was undermined by the so much rains that has happened, and that happened through the area where the bridge substructure was undermined. However, the bridge itself remains intact. So the ministry has done the following regarding to the work that had been requested by Honorable Masara. Regarding the reasons why there was delay is because the water levels stayed high for long, and the ministry needed to design and validate the kind of work that needed to be done to provide solution for this bridge. The ministry further submitted that the permanent solution include installation of additional hydraulic capacity, a box culvert, in addition to reinstating the washed out section. The ministry indicated that Kenha has secured necessary funding, which was provided for in the supplementary budget, and as such the works have been advertised, and we have given Honorable Masara the advertisement published notice on the newspapers, which was done on 23rd of June. And regarding the timelines, Honorable Speaker, within which the work will commence, is that the work will commence as soon as the procurement process is complete. The ministry is further submitting that the duration of construction will be 6 months, with a defects liability period of 12 months. Regarding the measures put in place to ensure that the safety of motorists and pedestrians and other road users pending completion of the rehabilitation works, the ministry submitted that Kenya will install warning signs, barricades, and traffic management measures on the affected bridge. The ministry further submitted that road users will be directed and guided to designated alternative routes where applicable, while regular monitoring and maintenance of the safety installations will be done on site. Honorable Speaker, the ministry also submitted that the contractor will ensure the safety of the public is maintained throughout the construction period until the bridge is reopened. So in summary, Honorable Speaker, funds have been secured, the procurement process has begun. As soon as it is complete, these works will be done. The contract period will be 6 months after when the works finally commences. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And just to notify the House that Honorable Masara is back to the House.
Yeah, the Honorable Francis Peter Masara. Yeah, what do you have to say to the response from the ministry?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, appreciate the response as per the chair. But Chairman, I'm not satisfied. Migori Bridge is the gateway to Tanzania. Migori Bridge connects Suna West and Suna East, the CBD of Migori County, the headquarters of South Nyanza. Mr. Speaker, for the last 6 months, there's no business going on within the town. When you want the people, I'm sure the people of Migori now are listening to the response. 2 months plus 6 months is 8 months. That will be 1.5 years when the town is closed. Mr. Speaker, this is not going to be fair to the people. More so in terms of security. That bridge as it is now, it is close to using Maram. And remember, a person who want to move to the other side goes, travel extra almost 13 kilometers round. You were in Migori the other day for the committee work, Mr. Speaker. You saw how it was a big problem. Therefore, I'm requesting the ministry or the government, if possible, let the military, the KDF be deployed to repair that bridge so that the people of Migori and the traders and any other activity which needs that bridge can go on. Mr. Speaker, waiting for 2 months for procurement, if you don't get a contractor, you will wait for another 2 months. When the contractor is on the ground, mobilization and what? You don't want to tell me we'll suffer until next year during election when we still don't have a bridge. Mr. Speaker, if it is possible, let this be treated as an emergency. Let the KDF team be released to repair that bridge before the next, because if we leave it for the next 2 months, we'll have September rains.
They'll be raining until November. And then we'll have another rain next year, and you can't predict when the rain will, or as the weather the men were saying, this time around there will be a lot of rain, but it is unpredictable. So now that there is dry spell, can it be done within the next 3 or 4 weeks, or 1 month or 2 months with our KDF, so that the people of Migori can enjoy the services of that bridge? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me come to the assistance of my brother, Honorable Masara, because he says he listened to the response and is not satisfied, but he was not here part of it. So I want to confirm that even the part when he was not here was still not satisfactory, Honorable Masara. Because, Mr. Speaker, I have used that route in recent times, and it is true that it takes you more than an hour actually to go around that bridge. And I think that is of high inconvenience, not just to the people of Migori, but to this country, because it's the gateway of trade with the Republic of Tanzania. But, Mr. Speaker, let me also say that I heard the chair use the word that the bridge has been undermined for long. Those were the words that were used. And I'd like the chair to, in further clarification, explain what that undermined means. You know, as a veteran protester, and some of us here have been veteran protesters, we know that for long, that Migori Bridge was our tool of protest. and if that is so, we want it reinforced in such a manner that in the unlikely event that in future it has to be used as a tool, it will not be undermined. But let it be a lesson also to those who are planning to protest even tomorrow, that even as we protest, let us try not to interfere with infrastructure. But, Mr. Speaker, lastly, I want to thank the chair for that very brief summary. Mr. Speaker, may you inform Honorable Masara I'm on a point of order.
Never doubt.
So he can't be on a point of order on a point of order.
Yes.
Yes. All I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that even in the process of managing protests, no one should undermine any infrastructure, whether it is the police, whether it is the citizens, whether it is government or anyone else. But I support the idea of having very quick works on that bridge. But, Mr. Speaker, may I lastly urge that as you retire as the Speaker's panel, we review the time it takes to answer individual questions. The chair has done very well here, but there are chairs who take almost an hour for an answer that has been given to a member, so that there should be some direction that once you have given the response, yours should be a summary, and then the member comments. Otherwise, we take the whole day listening to 2 or 3 questions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Otiende Amolo, the point you are raising is already picked by the Rules Committee and is under deep consideration in terms of possible amendments to the standing order provisions. The Honorable Namuar.
Chair, I want to thank Honorable Masara for this statement and the response given by the committee. Honorable Chair, having worked in Migori for 3.5 years, I want to support that this bridge get the attention, the utmost attention required. But joyriding on the same, Honorable Speaker, allow me to mention that in Loima, for example, you have to come all the way from Lorgum, which is the headquarters of Loima constituency, to Lodwa, and then get to another part of the constituency. You will spend more than 1.5 hours. But if you cross, you will spend less than 30 minutes or even 20 minutes. Meaning, there is need for us to see if we can have a crossing, an immediate crossing for the whole constituency or sub-county to be served adequately within the required timeline. Again, in my constituency, Turkana Central, Honorable Speaker, I am trying to construct a new road across River Kerio, where we have a totally forgotten community in the Loriu ranges. And it has taken long for the ministry And I think the chair for budget and appropriation is listening. We have more than 10 polling stations in that part of the world. And they only see government when they are voting, because ballot boxes and ballot papers are brought by helicopter and taken back by an helicopter. I think for this time, we will request if we can be able to curtail the use of helicopter and then use that, make that bridge, we will serve the 10 polling stations very adequately, and then we will also be able to serve the residents in those places, because currently they don't have schools, they don't have dispensaries, they don't have water, because we can't access them adequately. I've raised this several with the ministry, and it is good if it gets the required attention. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable members, you know, we need to go to other business. Honorable Karoli.
1 minute. Honorable Speaker, I also have deep interests in Migori. So thank you for the opportunity. What I was wondering, I mean, why the broad-based brigade is not asking for a bypass for Migori town. Because we are planning to give them one sometime next year when Linda Mwananchi takes over.
Honorable Karoli,
because that bridge,
this is a House of Representatives, and you speak for the entire nation. It's not for a section of people to ask questions concerning any part of the country. Any MP indeed, as Honorable Namwar has done, can raise an issue of concern within any part of the country.
Honorable Speaker, with your guidance, may I, on behalf of the broad-based brigade who acquired, ask that the government immediately takes the necessary action to design and implement a bypass road network for Migori town.
Honorable Karoli, you are undermining Honorable Peter Masara without a substantive motion, because he has made that request. Honorable Masara, I have not given you the mic, so that we may go to other business. Honorable Chair, this is the bridge in the middle of Migori town, if you don't know it. To the west side of that bridge is Suna West. To the east is Suna East. Is there a way in which there can be a procurement process that secures that those works, start immediately?
Honorable Speaker, the procurement of the work has commenced. So the only thing that we can do is what to do in the matter of its urgency. Number two, Honorable Speaker, the suggestion by Honorable Masara that this be moved to defense will subsequently remove this idea from Transport and Roads and Transport Committee to probably defense. So I do not know how we'd want to go forward with it, but the commitment that the ministry gave is that the works have been advertised. As soon as the bids are received, it will be prioritized for evaluation for works to commence as soon as possible.
Honorable Peter Masara.
And funding has been provided.
Yes. You know the minister concerned, the CS Chirchir. He's a man of his word, and he's a man of expedition and efficiency. Let us trust the ministry under the guidance of the House through the committee to expeditiously, take the matter as a matter of, national interest. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Order number 8, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023. Question to be proposed.
Yeah, honorable members, I now put the question that this House do agree This one is for question to be sorry, honorable members. Honorable members, I propose the question This House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023, up to clause 39, and seek leave to sit again. Is it the mood of the House that I put the question? Honorable members, I therefore now put the question. This House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023, up to clause 39, and seek leave to sit again. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Would Honorable Kimani Kuria Kimani approach the Speaker? Yes. Yeah, Honorable Kimani Kuria.
Honorable Speaker, I think with time we'll have to be very careful how you pronounce our names, Kuria Kimani and Kimani Shongwa, because when you said Kimani Kuria, the majority party was running back to the house.
I've noted.
Wondering what the business.
Very many lapses on Honorable Kimani Kuria. Let us do some procedural step here before you. Can you read? Can you go back to order number 5?
Order number 5, papers.
Yes, Honorable Kimani Kuria.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House. Today, Wednesday, the 24th of June, 2026. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on its consideration of the following. 1, the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2026. And 2, the Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2026. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Lei. Next order.
Order number 9, the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2026, second reading.
The Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee, the Honorable Samuel Atande.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to move that the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2026, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, you need to indulge me so that I can speak to my brother, the Honorable Karoli Omondi, who mentioned that the Linda Mwananchi will take over power, I think, in the next 1 or 2 years. I wanted to remind him that this presidential candidate was suspended by the ODM party and is currently partyless. He's gone back to court to seek for justice. I don't know how he's planning to, how that outfit is planning to take over power from us when their candidate has no political party anyway. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This is a very, very short bill. The County Allocation of Revenue Bill is prepared pursuant to Article 2181 of the Constitution and Section 19.3 of the PFM Act, which requires Parliament to determine and specify the allocation among county governments of nationally raised revenue allocated to them. Honorable Speaker, the sharing of the revenue among the 47 counties is guided by the 4th basis of revenue sharing, which was approved by this Parliament, in the last financial year. Honorable Speaker, this bill was published on 30th April 2026 and passed by the Senate with amendments on Wednesday, 17th June 2026. The bill was transmitted to this House for concurrence in accordance with Article 1110(4) of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, we need to timely pass this bill to enable county governments to be able to access the resources that we have already allocated to them under Division Revenue Act, which was recently passed. Honorable Speaker, the bill, as passed by the Senate, provides that the allocation of 428 billion to country governments as the equitable share of nationally raised revenue for the financial year 2026-2027. Honorable Speaker, this, as I have said, this was the money which was allocated under the Division Revenue Act, which we just passed. And Honorable Speaker, if you would remember, in the last financial year, the share of allocations to counties was 415 billion. In this financial year, it was raised by 13 billion to 428 billion. Honorable Speaker, the sharing of these revenues among counties is guided by the fourth basis for revenue sharing, which comprises three components. The first component is the baseline allocation. The second one is the affirmative allocation, and the third one is the county allocation index. Honorable, the baseline allocation is the allocations which were given to counties in the financial year 2024-2025, which was 387.425 billion. The affirmative allocation, Honorable Speaker, is to take care of about 12 counties which are basically disadvantaged because of three fundamental factors. One, they are either very small, and therefore they will not be able to benefit from the geographical index factor. Also, their population is also small, so they will not also able to benefit from the population index factor, which is a factor for sharing of the county revenues. And thirdly, also in terms of the county allocation index, which I've just mentioned, they were not favored with that allocation as well. So the affirmative action allocation for the purpose of this bill is 4.46 billion, which will be shared among the 12 counties that I've mentioned. The small counties. Honorable Speaker, this bill also guides and gives the specific allocations based on the approved fourth basis of revenue sharing. The first schedule of the bill, Honorable Speaker, sets out the distribution of the equitable share among the 47 counties under the three allocations I've mentioned. The baseline allocation of 387.425 is reflected in column 6 if you have the bill, while the affirmative allocation is reflected in column D. The balance of the equitable share above the ring-fenced amount for the two consecutive components totals to 36.115 billion and is distributed through the county allocation index and reflected in column F of the bill. Honorable Speaker, the total allocation due to each county government comprising the three components is presented in column G of the first schedule of the bill to the bill. Honorable Speaker, I don't know whether I need to just mention to members what each county is going to get, but if you have the bill, Honorable Speaker, you will see that Baringo County is going to get a total of 847,626,854,000,000. The county that's going to receive the smallest allocation, according to this bill, Honorable Speaker, is sorry, Honorable Speaker, I'm reading the wrong figure. Honorable Speaker, also to mention that this bill has also given ceilings for recurring expenditures for both county governments and the assemblies. Honorable Speaker, in the past it was realized that some countries spend more resources on recurrent expenditures or post-development. And therefore, this bill has also given specifications on how much you can spend on current expenditure as well as development, because the focus needs to be more on development, Honorable Speaker. This has also been reflected in the expenditures for the county assemblies. In the past, some county governments were undermining county assemblies. As part of giving them independence to be able to oversight county governments, we have also been able to, in this bill, given them an outline of what they need to spend on development as well as on their current expenditures. Honorable Speaker, as I said, this is a very, very small bill, and this House must pass this bill without amendments. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would like to conclude by saying that the committee reviewed the bill and observed that the proposed allocations fully comply with the Constitution, the PFM Act, and the approved fourth basis for revenue sharing. It concluded that the allocation framework ensures a transparent, equitable, and legally compliant distribution of resources among counties. Consequently, the committee recommends that this House approves the County Allocation of Revenue Bill 2026, Senate Bills number 10 of 2026, without amendments. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and ask the Honorable Vice Chairman of the Budget Committee to second.
The Honorable Bukose to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Chair, for moving. I stand to second the County Allocation of Revenue Bill. This is a bill that came from the Senate, and as the Chair has put it, the committee has not made any amendments to it. This bill distributes money for all the various 47 counties within our country. Honorable Speaker, of note is that in this bill, they have also given money to all the county assemblies. So each county assembly will get its own budget from this county allocation of revenue bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill has also set the ceilings for recurrent expenditure. And therefore, we expect that the county governments will now not enter into the money that is meant for development and make sure that the money for development is utilized for development purposes. This bill has also set in ceilings for executive, county executive committees on how much they can also be able to spend. You will find that there are some county assemblies that have lost and there are some county assemblies that have gained. Those that have their amount reduced, this is because it was an one-off allocation in the last financial year. So in this financial year, that has not been captured and that has been left out. Honorable Speaker, of note also is that we realize that on source revenue for the various counties, it is actually gone down compared to the initial county, what we used to call, it was called what?
You're talking about the local government?
Local government. The local governments in the past were actually collecting more money than what we are realizing now in the counties. And therefore, this is of concern because when counties are only waiting to get money from what is collected by the national government, and yet they have the ability and capacity to be able to raise their own revenue, then this brings a problem. Because what you realize, Honorable Speaker, is that when we pass the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, you will find that the Division of Revenue Bill, which is now an act, you realize that whatever is allocated to the national government, if there is a shortfall, then the national government loses. And yet, whatever we give to the counties remains the same. And yet, what we are collecting, at times you'll find that KRA might not collect enough, and that can also lead into delays in disbursements to the counties. But if the counties were enhance their own sales revenue collection, then this could come in handy to make sure that services within the counties are running smoothly. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Yeah, honorable members, I propose the question that the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2026, be now read a second time. The majority leader takes precedence.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion and allow me to thank the Chair and the Budget and Appropriations Committee for consideration of this bill that came from the Senate. Honorable Speaker, this bill shares revenue that we have shared in the Division of Revenue Bill amongst our 47 counties. And if you look at the schedules, Honorable Speaker, out of the money that we divided between the two levels of government, the Senate has now gone further in line with the sharing formula that they are using, the current formula, shared the revenue in accordance, as I said, with the formula. And I was just looking at some of the top gainers, Honorable Speaker, of the top counties that are getting quite hefty amounts, like the city county of Nairobi, Kiambu County, where I come from. I see Mombasa County is also not doing so badly. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I pause and ask myself, if, for instance, the county government of Nairobi is getting 22 billion shillings from shareable revenue, are the people of Nairobi getting commensurate service to this 22 billion? If Mandera, for instance, is getting 12.5, or Kakamega at 14 billion, Honorable Speaker, are they getting commensurate service? My own county of Kiambu is getting 13.5 billion. It's among the top counties receiving the highest levels of revenue. But you need to go down to our counties and ask the people that we represent, because we also live in these counties. Are they getting commensurate service to the monies that these governors and our county governments are getting? And I know, Honorable Speaker, we are headed to an election year. And this is the second last CARA, or county allocation of revenue bill, that we are doing. When it becomes an act of parliament, it will be the second last. I know the Comptroller of Budget, the Auditor General are also doing their work. But our governors doing their work with the monies that is being allocated to them. And I dare say, Honorable Speaker, many of them are a big letdown. If you go to any part of this country, I say any part, not Kiambu, not Nairobi, not Baringo, not Mombasa, ask the people there, which monies between NGCDF and the county government funds can you see on the ground? What tangible development can you see on the ground? I've been to some counties, people tell me the women reps are doing better with their meager amounts of money they get through GAF. And they are doing more impactful projects than governors who are running billions. Honorable Speaker, I have been around this country and I have listened to many people, whereas those in the opposition are out there shouting, oh, SHA is not working. And they're inciting the public out there on how much SHA is not working for them. Because the people, when they visit their local dispensaries, are not getting services. They can't get medicine in the hospitals. There are no healthcare workers in those hospitals, Honorable Speaker. I've listened to horror stories of healthcare workers telling me they are on their third month without pay in some of our counties. In my own county in Kiambu last year, healthcare workers down their tools for months. And the governor there felt nothing, heard nothing, saw nothing bad, even as children died in hospitals. It took the Council of Governors intervention. And I remember sitting with the Council of Governors leadership in charge of the Health Committee. I sat with KMPDU and we prevailed on the Council of Governors to mediate between KMPDU and the county government of Kiambu to at least get health services working back in Kiambu. Last week I saw the member for Thika, Honorable Alice Nganga, storm into a hospital in Ruiru to rescue mothers, I think close to 20 mothers, who are being held in that hospital on account of pending bills or unpaid bills. Honorable Speaker, why are mothers being held against their will with their young babies, exposing them to danger and risks of even contracting infections in a hospital? And those of you who are parents know, children are very easy to pick up all manner of infections. So children are born, newborns, but they are being held in a hospital because the mothers have not been sorted on their bills. And I saw the naysayers asking, are they now telling us that SHA is not working? And that is why I've mentioned this issue, Honorable Speaker, because if there are people who have let down the people of Kenya, it is governors. If there are people who are sabotaging the working of SHA, is governors. Honorable Speaker, when we crafted the 4 health laws under the Social Health Insurance Authority, we had a facility improvement fund. These governors are getting money, or rather the hospitals are collecting money from the Social Health Authority on the facility improvement fund, but is that money going back to the facilities? Governors are picking this money from the facilities and they go and buy, like in my county, they buy chicks, buy a packet of unga, buy a packet of 3 kg packet of fertilizer, giveaways that are politically expedient. Some are here branding milk in their names with their photos. But this is the money you are collecting out of the facility improvement fund, instead of taking that money back to the facility to be able to improve the facility, because that was the intent of that law. We developed the facility improvement fund to make sure that a dispensary in Ruto does not have to wait for money to come from Kiambu. Or Mbagathi Hospital does not need to wait for City Hall to send money to them. They should have the money at that local level, so that if there are bandages that have run out of the facility, or Panadols, paracetamols, they simply procure at the local level, and there are guidelines in the regulations up to what amounts you can procure at the local level. And we made sure that there were regulations that have been done pursuant to that facility improvement fund, Honorable Speaker. Look at the procurement. In our last estimates this year, we have just allocated to KEMSA 21 billion shillings to make sure that KEMSA is adequately capitalized for these county governments and all other hospitals to be able to procure medicine from KEMSA. Are counties procuring and paying? Talk to KEMSA. They don't. Do they have money? Have they collected money from the Social Health Authority? Yes, they have. Are they offering health care services to the people of Kenya? They are not. And therefore, when people cry and say, SHA is not working for me because first I visit a hospital, the primary health care fund, and I wish Dr. Nyikal was here, but the chair budget is here. He will tell you the primary health care fund now has 19.1 billion shillings. For what purpose, Honorable Speaker? Why are we allocating from our national revenues 19.1 billion shillings to county to primary health care facilities? So that, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Article 43 of our Constitution, any Kenyan who falls sick in any part of the country can visit a primary health care facility, a dispensary, a level 1, level 2, level 3 facility, get treated, and so long as that facility is SHA enlisted, and the patient is also enlisted in SHA and has paid his premiums, you get free treatment, and you don't need to pay anything. But why I say governors are letting us down in the county governments, they never inform the public. They do not want the public to know. They do not want the public to know that the government has allocated 19 billion shillings to pay health care for them, because they also want to steal from the same public by charging them again. Honorable Speaker, this is the most evil thing any human being can do to another. When you take your child who has high fever at night to your local dispensary, and you are being told without 700 shillings for consultation, then another 900 shillings for drugs that are not even available, you are being told to go and buy outside the hospital in a pharmacy that belongs to the pharmacist or to the county executive or the chief officer in charge of healthcare. We are doing very unjust things to our people, Honorable Speaker. Then the same people go and tell the people out there, oh, SHA is not working. It is not SHA that is not working. It is your theft that we can't satisfy. It is their greed we can't satisfy, Honorable Speaker. If we allocate 19 billion shillings to the primary health care fund, that money must go to ensure that the people of Kenya access health care at the primary level without payment. And it is not just in public hospitals, Honorable Speaker, even in private care hospitals, private hospitals that are SHA enlisted. And it is good we tell the people of Kenya that so long as you are enlisted and registered with SHA, and the hospital that you visit is also enlisted, so first make sure you are registered, you have paid your premiums in SHA, then the hospital that you visit is SHA enlisted. You should get care for primary care without payment, because we have provided for that. And when we did the Primary Health Care Act, Honorable Speaker, you remember, we said that it would be compulsory for us as a house that represents people in our constituencies, in our counties, to allocate money to the Primary Health Care Fund. We have done that as members of the National Assembly. We must now ask our senators. It is not enough to just call governors to the Public Accounts Committee in Senate and harass them at the gate, chasing them, I don't know, to do what with them, and throwing punches. That is not the work of any senator. It's actually unbecoming for any senator to be chasing a governor on the road there, like, let me... Whether you are a senator for Nairobi or for Kwale or for wherever or for Kiambu, your work is to oversight and make sure that the Primary Health Care Fund monies are being utilized to treat people in your county for free, especially in those county hospitals. Make sure that the Facility Improvement Fund is being utilized to improve the facilities down at the local level, Honorable Speaker. Because the Facility Improvement Fund is for all those county hospitals, Honorable Speaker. We have allocated money, shareable revenue here, which is being shared. More money is going for healthcare under the Facility Improvement Fund. More money is going under the Primary Healthcare Fund, and the reimbursements they get, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, the people of Kenya should not be crying about healthcare, Honorable Speaker. If I had my way, Honorable Speaker, and I know I speak for very many Kenyans, very many, and I know Senior Counsel Otiende Omolo and Karoli Omondi would not agree with me. I will not do away with the governors. I would take back the healthcare function back to the national government, at least from level 2, 3, and 4, all the way to 5. If only I had my Honorable Speaker. And I know many Kenyans associate with those sentiments. In fact, I am surprised even my brother Karoli Omondi is saying he has said it before. Because we are all agreed. I see Honorable Otiende Omolo maybe may also be supporting me on that. But whether or not Honorable Otiende Omolo, Karoli Omondi, or any other member supports me.
Dr. Otiende Omolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have listened, as I usually do, very carefully to the Leader of Majority, as he's spewing a lot of wisdom, much of which I agree with, but there are 2 points to be made, Mr. Speaker, and I rise under Standing Order number 87. But before I do that, if you allow me, is to tell the Honorable Leader of Majority that the point he makes is not even a point of recommending an amendment to the Constitution. I am on record as saying that a careful scrutiny of the Constitution leads to the conclusion that when the decision was made to devolve health in its generality, it was the mistake. Because the schedule, the kind of health facilities that are covered by the county is not health generally. It is only certain health facilities that previously were run under the local government department, and not everything generally. So I would actually agree with you that that mistake was made several years ago. And if it is sought to be corrected, I would not be the one standing on the path of correction. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, and I agree again with the Leader of Majority that the CDF, NGAF does a lot that is visible, and many counties do not do a lot that is visible. But however, for our own benefit, Mr. Speaker, I want to invite you to this without inviting you to rule immediately. that we carefully look at Standing Order 87. And Standing Order 87, in terms of the discussion of conduct of any head of government. And the first question would be, is a governor considered a head of government at the county? And if that is so, then we must refrain from use of certain adverse terminologies without a substantive motion. That is number one. Number two is in reference to the senators. Now, I have no idea who's running after who and for whatever purposes, and there are people who might know this better than me as I look at them. But all I want to say is that let us also again refrain from that, because it says for any person whose removal would be subject to a process in Parliament, then again you cannot discuss them without a substantive motion. So that goes to governors by way either of being head of government or by way of the fact that their impeachment is subject to us, and that goes to the senators. Just so that they do not also get an opinion.
Honorable Speaker, let me thank Dr. Omolo first for spring great wisdom on the question of the healthcare functions. And I pointed to Dr. Omolo because I know he was actively involved in the writing of this new constitution. And therefore, when you hear a senior counsel inform us that indeed the drafters of this constitution never intended healthcare to be devolved in the manner in which we devolved. And that is why Kenyans are crying, Honorable Speaker. But too, Honorable Speaker, as much as Dr. Omolo says, Tienda is saying he's not calling you to make a ruling on that, he knows he's being a lawyer now. Now that is a senior counsel speaking. And he knows I am not a lawyer, but I am also not very daft. And therefore, he knows that I was speaking generalities. I have not spoken about a particular governor. I have not spoken about a particular senator. And therefore, I cannot be discussing anybody in particular. And I am very much aware of the provisions of Standing Order 87. And that is why I carefully chose my words. Even as I spoke about senators who are chasing, the people of Kenya know which senators, so I don't need to, and they saw them. When I speak about governors who are distributing chicks, a packet of unga, a packet, half a kg of sugar, they know them. When I speak about governors who are branding milk, Kenyans out there know them. So we are not discussing a particular governor, we are discussing the bad conduct of governors and telling governors without apologies, you must be accountable to the people of Kenya. You must be accountable not just to this shareable revenue that is being distributed here through Kara, but also the money coming to you, whether it is through the additional county allocations, which we just did here. Honorable Speaker, you know we have conditional allocations like the 8.6 billion that we allocated for universal health care workers to make them permanent and pensionable staff. We must inform the people of Kenya. Because if we do not tell the people of Kenya from this space that there is money that has been given to universal healthcare workers to convert them to permanent and pensionable, governors out there will go and start pointing fingers at the national government and at Parliament. And that is why Parliament stays vilified by everybody, because they imagine it is us who have not done our work. We must tell the people of Kenya that we have done our work. We have given money for universal health care workers, and Dr. Nyikal is here, he knows the 8.6 billion. We must tell the people of Kenya there is an additional 19.1 billion shillings for the primary health care fund, so that when a governor who is seeking to place cheap politics tells the people of Kenya, oh, SHA is not working here, at times they even slow down, I'm told, the activation of SHA in their hospitals so that people do not claim from SHA. Then later they enlist them and they go and claim the money. But they never inform the patient. We must call them out, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because I see my time is much gone, let me say I support this county allocation of revenue bill. And when it becomes an act of parliament, I do expect that all governors in Kenya, without exception, will and must be accountable to the people of Kenya in relation not just to this money, but also the additional county allocations and the other monies that are going to our county governments, Honorable Speaker. My county, Kiambu, The people are crying. They have not seen a single road in the last 4 years or 3 years done by the county government. Why? Because the county governments are using the money for roads to buy chicks, to buy a packet of funga, half a kg of milk and what? Honorable Speaker, you know, Carol.
Yeah, give the majority leader 2 minutes to conclude.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Karoli Omondi on a light note is asking me which chicks. Chicken. Day-old chicks. Not the other chicks Honorable Karoli Omondi is imagining. The people of Kiambu are given day-old chicks, 5-day-old chicks. But as they collect the day-old chicks, which I have nothing against, they must know that there is also more money allocated for rehabilitation and maintenance of their roads that is not being done. They must know that there is 19 billion shillings that is available for the primary healthcare fund, that when they walk into Lusegeti healthcare, which we are building as a national government, upgrading it to a level 4 hospital, that hospital, when you go there, being a level 4 hospital, or a level 3 hospital at Zambezi, or at Kino, or at Gikambura, health centers, you should access healthcare services free of charge so long as you are SHA enlisted and those facilities, because I made sure they were all enlisted. People must not be charged, but they are being charged and the governors are still claiming this is the money. Then they come and try and attempt to bribe the people of Kenya for political expediency. I want to tell the people of Kenya, those who bribe you with your own money for your drugs, for your healthcare facilities, when the time comes, deal with them as you ought to deal with them. But for us, before Honorable Tiendo Ombolo stood on a point of order, I was saying our Senate must hold our governors to account. They must hold them to account. And that is why the Senate and the Public Accounts Committee in the Senate must be beyond reproach, Honorable Speaker, so that they hold these governors to account for all these monies that is going to the counties. With that, Honorable Speaker, thank you.
What happens to the 428 billion which we allocate to the counties? And the schedule clearly shows it, that what each of these counties is getting, including my own county of Tharaka Nithi, that is getting a total of 5,213,759,236. I stand to support the bill, but again, not without emphasizing that this is a lot of money that we are taking to the counties. The idea of devolution was one of the best ideas we came up with as Kenyans, because we were saying, let's take development to the rural areas. But it is said every time and again that we actually devolved the corruption. We actually provided money to characters, I'm sorry to use the word, or to officers known as governors, so that they have a pass from which they can draw money for use, which use is not for the benefit of Kenyans. As we speak today and as we go into the next financial year, my county will be having about 5.3 billion. Another 1-point-something billion is going to come from conditional grants and other monies that are allocated to counties. So it will have about 7 billion. Question we repeat is, let's go to Tharaka Nithi today, look at what CDF has done in the 3 constituencies and what the county government has done. In fact, it would be a shame because they have not done anything. When you ask them, they talk about recurrent expense, that is 60%, and development 40%. Even that 40% is nowhere near what CDF is allocated. When you go to their collections, the sales Honorable Pukose talked about, they collect revenue from the markets and everywhere else. I can assure you, I'm told, some counties have as many as 50 accounts to which that money goes, paid in some dubious way, which is controlled by governors or their stooges or wherever it is. I know some of us are aspiring to go to counties, but this mentality with the governors, where they just use money meant for citizens the way they want, is abhorrent. We must frown against it and we must condemn it. As we support this, Senate must wake up. Senate must go to the counties and ensure this money is actually accounted for, it is oversighted, and that those governors that are wrong are brought to book. EACC, the agency I oversight, I keep on reminding them there is a lot of work to be done in the counties and they should not relax. They should actually bring these guys to book. We want to see more governors being brought to EACC so that they tell us what has happened to our money. So we do support this, but we require strict accountability to Kenyans, how these lots and lots of money are being spent for the benefit of Kenyans. Therefore, I do support.
Yes, the Honorable Owen Bayer.
Thank you, and I want to appreciate the efforts that are going in to push this bill, and we support it, all of us, and because of that, I would like to stand on Standing Order 95. Yes, because we can say the other things we want to say in the subsequent bills, in the sovereign wealth and the committee, because we're going to do committee in a few minutes. We can say the same things at the committee level. So, please, let's just do everything together at the committee level. Mwashako can do his contribution at committee, because we are going to committee immediately. Yes, and he's a member of the budget committee. So,
yeah.
Let's do it at the committee of
Yeah, for the avoidance of doubt, there is the matter appearing under order number 11.
Yes.
The first matter on the committee of the whole house is indeed the county allocation of revenue bill. Yeah, so you know what the standing orders mandate. Honorable members, the Honorable Owen Bayer standing in his place has asked that I remit it to the decision of the House that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. Obviously the ayes have it. Yeah, mover.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to say much after members have been requested to wait and contribute at the committee of the whole house. Just to thank members who have made their contributions. Honorable Speaker, it is indeed very true that Kenyans do not see the value of the resources that are sent to counties. And this is a reality which all Kenyans must be aware. I want Kenyans to know that we are sending humongous resources to counties, 428 billion, and that if there's any county where services are not being rendered, like my county, I know nurses are on strike, doctors are on the street. I want to inform them that funds have been sent to their counties, and therefore they should be prepared to demand for services from their governors. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to reply.
Yeah, honorable members, I put the question for your decision that the county allocation of revenue bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2026, be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
The County Allocation Revenue Bill 2026, a bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable allocation of revenue raised nationally among the county governments for the 2026-2027 financial year, the responsibilities of national and county governments pursuant to such allocations and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Before you call the next order, let me give some directions in terms of how we proceed with the remaining business for the day. Honorable Owen Bayer. Order. Honorable members. Yeah, so we will be proceeding to order number 10. After order number 10, we will skip to the matter appearing under order number 12. So I'm reorganizing the order paper because of also the urgency of the matter you see appearing there. Then we will revert to order number 11. Now, in terms of order number 11, and taking into account the urgency of the matter appearing under Roman 1 in order number 11, and the fact that the matter appearing under order number 2 is partly done, I'm ordering the standing down of the matter appearing under order number 11 Roman 3 to the future, as and when the House Business Committee will schedule it. With that reorganization, would you please call the next order?
Order number 10, motion. Consideration of petition regarding variation of boundaries for 3 specified forests.
Yeah, the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining in its report on the consideration of a petition by the Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry relating to the variation of boundaries for Turbo Forest, Manzini area, Mount Elgon Forest, Chepuk phases 2 and 3, and Kakamega Forest, Shiro and Shaviringa settlement schemes laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 24th June 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 34(5) of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 385, this House, A, finds that the petition by the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry.
Honorable Chairperson, I see some people are asking again the order of business. For clarity, Honorable Millie Odhiambo and the others I see asking, we are now on order number 10, which is the consideration of the petition regarding variation of boundaries for 3 specified forests, the one being moved. After that, we will go to order number 12, which is the consideration of the Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2026. After that, we will revert to order number 11, and we will start with the committee of the whole House, one on the county allocation of revenue bill, which is very brief, there are no amendments, and then we will go to the fisheries management and development bill. And for the convenience of the House, I've stepped down the consideration at the committee of the whole House of the public participation bill, National Assembly Bill number 44 of 2025, to the future. So it is out of the order paper for today. You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will resume. Let me just repeat. A finds that this House, A finds that the petition by the CS for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry relating to the variation of boundaries for Turbo, Manzini area, Mount Elgon, Chepuk, phases 1, 2 and 3, and Kakamega Forest, Shiro and Shaviringa settlement schemes provide sufficient grounds for the variation of the boundaries of the specified public forests, and B, approves, 1, that the boundaries of Turbo forests be varied by excluding 1,241.5 hectares in the Manzini area from the original boundaries of the forests for the settlement of the landless quarters in Manzini Forest Block. 2, that the boundaries of Mount Elgon Forest be varied by excluding 4,647 hectares in Chepuk area from the original boundaries of the forest for the settlement of landless quarters in Tepuk Phase 2 and Phase 3, and 3, that the boundaries of Kakamega Forest be varied by excluding 94.99 hectares at Shiru and 36 hectares at Shaviringa from the original boundaries of the forest as compensation for beneficiaries who surrendered land to government to establish public institutions and government offices. Honorable Speaker, this particular petition is of great consequence and importance because it really serves justice to many of the people who have been waiting to be settled. For your information, Honorable Speaker, some of the people who are supposed to be beneficiaries of this particular petition surrendered their own private lands to government. And 50 years down the line, the areas where they were settled, they are yet to own legal documents to show ownership. And this has become very, very difficult, Honorable Speaker, to these people because they can't transact, they can't get loans, they need land ownership documents. Honorable Speaker, this petition was submitted to this House by the CS for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, pursuant to Article 37, 62, and 119 of the Constitution, and Section 34 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 385. Honorable Speaker, the petition relates to 3 parcels, initially related to 4 parcels: South Nandi, Chepkumia area, which is about 989 hectares, Turbo Forest, Manzini area, which is 1241.5 hectares, Mount Elgon, Chepuk Phases 2 and 3, which is 47 hectares, and Kakamega Forest, Shiro and Shavringa, measuring 94.99 and 36 hectares respectively. However, Honorable Speaker, the matter concerning South Nandi Forest, Chepkumia area, measuring the 989.17 hectares, was already under consideration by the Committee on Petitions and therefore was not considered by the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining. Honorable Speaker, the committee considered the petition with the framework of the Constitution of Kenya and the Forest Conservation Management Act. Article 69 of the Constitution requires the state to protect the environment, maintain minimum tree cover of at least 10% of Kenya's land area, promote public participation, and ensure sustainable utilization of natural resources. Honorable Speaker, additionally, Section 34 of the Forest Conservation Act provides for the procedure for variation of boundaries of public forests and the steps that must be undertaken in the consideration of such petition. And these are the areas or the underlying procedures that the committee considered. A is that the petition should demonstrate that the variation of boundaries of the public forest does not endanger any rare, threatened, or endangered species, and I want to confirm to this Honorable House that this particular petition does not endanger any rare, threatened, or endangered species. 2, does not adversely affect its value as water catchment area or prejudice biodiversity conservation, cultural site protection of the forest or its use for educational, recreational, health, or research purposes. And I want also to confirm to this House that in our consideration, we found that this particular petition does not adversely affect its value as a water catchment area. B, the petition should only be forwarded to the National Assembly by the recommendation of KFS. And I want to confirm to this House that we attached in the report the recommendation of the Kenya Forest Service. C, upon committal of the petition to the committee, the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to forestry is required within 30 days to submit a recommendation on whether the petition should be approved, subject to an independent environmental impact assessment and public consultation being undertaken in accordance to the second schedule of the Act. And I want to confirm to this House that this was done, and in our report, we also attached the independent environmental impact assessment and approval to proceed by the Cabinet Secretary. Number 6, Honorable Speaker, in the consideration of this petition, the committee undertook stakeholder engagements and inspection visits to establish the facts on the ground. The committee engaged with the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, the National Land Commission, and the State Department for Lands and Physical Planning. Further, the committee undertook inspection visits in Chepuk Phase 2 and 3 of Mount Elgon, Manzini Block of Tarbo Forest, and also Shiru and Shavringa areas of Kakamega. Honorable Speaker, having considered the petition and the stakeholders' comments, the committee made the following observations. That 1, public forests are constitutionally protected and any variation of boundaries must comply with environmental laws, public participation requirements, and sustainable development principles, ensuring that remaining forests are protected. 2, that the affected areas arose from government-led settlement initiatives aimed at addressing landless squatters, settlements, resettlements of former forest workers, historical land challenges, etc. Although allocations were undertaken through official processes, Honorable Speaker, many beneficiaries remain without formal title documents due to absence of formal degazettement. 3, that Honorable Speaker, the affected areas are largely occupied already by original settlers and their families. Population growth has increased pressure on land, creating challenges relating to tenure, security, and administration. 4, that there is need for verification and harmonization of beneficiary records to prevent irregular allocations and future disputes. And 5, that the petition had complied with the provisions of Section 34 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act that provides on the procedure to be followed for the variation of boundaries of public forest. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, based on the analysis of the grounds set for this petition, the findings from the site visits, the engagements with the government agencies and stakeholders, and having reviewed the relevant provisions of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, CAP 385, the committee finds that the petition provides sufficient grounds for the variation of the boundaries of the specified public forests and recommends that the National Assembly approves 1, that the boundaries of Tarbo Forest be varied by excluding 1,241.5 hectares in the Manzini area from the original boundaries of the forest for the settlement of landless squatters in the Manzini forest block, and 2, that the boundaries of Mount Elgon forest be varied by excluding 4,667 hectares in Chepuk area from the original boundaries of the forest settlement and landless squatters in Chepuk Phase 2 and Phase 3, and 3, that the boundaries of Kakamega forest be varied by excluding 94.99 hectares at Shiru and 36 hectares at Shavringa from the original boundaries of the forest as compensation of beneficiaries who surrendered land to government to establish public institutions and government offices. And as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I really must thank this administration. We have had many administrations. This is the first kind of petition before this committee. And many administrations have shied away from this emotive matter of settling our landless quarters. I want to commend this administration for taking this direction so that we can settle these people, and also urge that because we still have quite a request, the Honorable Emathe to second.
Honorable Emathe.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to second this motion on the consideration of petition regarding variation of boundaries for 3 specified forests. And as I do so, Honorable Speaker, allow me to add a voice on the same and want to thank my chairman for the committee for ensuring that this is expedited. Honorable Speaker, this is a matter of restoring dignity among our people. It is a matter of ensuring that we reduce homelessness and the squatter system of settlement in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, we are doing an historic motion that has never been tried in the country, and this is the first time that this motion is coming up, and we want to thank KFS, Kenya Forestry Service, for ensuring that this matter is brought to the attention of our committee. Honorable Speaker, this is a matter that began in the year 1939, especially for the resettlement of the Elgonyi Ndorobo. And then there's a matter that happened in the 1960s that was to resettle workers of the East Africa Tanning and Extraction Company and another company called West Kings. So the workers needed to be resettled in the Tarbo or Manzini forest. Honorable Speaker, the other matter came up in the year 1992, which was relatively a compensation or a movement of persons from their good neighbors and relatives to another place called Shiru or Shafringa forest. Honorable Speaker, as we discuss all these matters, I want to agree that these areas be gazetted because of the reasons that these areas, as we visited, are fully occupied. There is permanent settlement in these areas. Second, we have government projects, schools, water, hospitals, and even administration offices. In these areas also, Honorable Speaker, you will find that we have government installations, meaning that if we can be able to assess when this matter began, we will be defeated to say these people are refused to have titles. Number 3, Honorable Speaker, these people, because they don't have titles, they could not be able to get or to construct decent housing. They could not even be able to access financial services. All those years, meaning, Honorable Speaker, that if the titles are issued to these people, development of our country will be able to be ignited or accelerated in one way or another, even as we look at moving everyone to Singapore. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, as I second, I want to say that this move goes in tandem with our mantra as Parliament that we are working for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. I second, Honorable Speaker. Thanks.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining in its report on the consideration of a petition by the Cabinet Secretary for Mining, Secretary for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, Forestry relating to variation of boundaries of Tarbo Forest, Manzini area, Mount Elgon Forest, Chepkut Phases 2 and 3, and Kakamega Forest, Shiru, Shaviringa, settlement schemes, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 24th of June 2026, and pursuant to provisions of Section 34(5) of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 385. This House, A, finds that the petition by the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry relating to variation of boundaries of Tarbo Forest, Manzini area, Mount Elgon Forest, Chepuk Phase 2 and 3, and Kakamega Forest, Shiru, Shaviringa settlement schemes, provide sufficient grounds and the variation of boundaries of specific public forests, and approves, and B approves Roman 1, that the boundaries of Turbo Forest be varied by excluding 1,241.5 hectares in the Manzini area from the original boundaries of the forest for the settlement of the landless quarters in Manzini Forest Block. Roman 2, that the boundaries of Mount Elgon Forest be varied by excluding 4,647 hectares in Chepuk area from the original boundaries of the forest for the settlement of the landless squatters in Chepuk Phase 2 and Phase 3. And Roman 3, that the boundaries of Kakamega Forest be varied by excluding 94.99 hectares at Shiru and 36 hectares at Shaviringa from the original boundaries of the forest as compensation of beneficiaries who surrendered land to the government to establish public institutions and government offices. Yes, I'll give you a chance to make some comments, honorable members, and I will start with the Honorable Dr. Pokose. What is out of order, Honorable?
No, I mean, Honorable Speaker, I think understanding order number 1, we have an obligation to proceed with matters that are only constitutional. So I rise under that particular standing order, and I draw the attention of the House to first, the Constitution, in particular, Article 119 of the Constitution of Kenya, which provides that every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including to enact, amend, or repeal any legislation. As read, together with Article 260 of the Constitution, where the term person is defined to include a company, association, or other body of persons, whether incorporated or unincorporated, as read together with our own standing orders 219, which clearly states that for purposes of this part, a petition means a written prayer to the House under Article 37 or 119 of the Constitution by a member of the public. It is the first time that a department of the government is making a petition to this House, and the Constitution and our own standing orders do not allow it. So we cannot entertain the petition. It is unconstitutional, it is illegal. So that is the first issue that we must get round, whether a government department can legitimately, under our standing orders and the Constitution of Kenya, present a petition to this House. My answer to that is affirmatively no. It is not allowed. So we cannot even consider it under our own standing orders. And Madam Speaker, I request that a ruling be made, a substantive ruling be made on that matter. Thank you.
Well, yes, Honorable Eshungwa, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I know I was keenly listening to the member for Suba South to hear what is unconstitutional. There is nothing I've heard that he said is that he has said that is unconstitutional, because this petition is properly before the House, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Karoli. You raised your point of order. I allowed you to speak, and I have the ability to give any other person in this House to also air their opinion. So, Majority Leader, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, I don't know who told the members for Suba South that he has a monopoly of knowledge in this House, that when he speaks, we should all align and say, yes, sir. That can only happen in your House, not this House. Honorable Speaker, this House considers petitions, and this is not the first time we are considering such a petition. That petition came from members of the public who petitioned the relevant line ministry. The ministry considered, and because they did not have the authority that constitutionally is given to this House, the petition was relayed to the House, and came to the office of the Speaker, who, if he knew it was unconstitutional, would never have found itself here to even be considered by the committee. Therefore, unless the Honorable Karoli Omondi is questioning your decision as a Speaker or the substantive Speaker, you know, Honorable Speaker, you need to protect me from this heckling from Karoli Omondi. And I don't know what has happened to him of late. He sits in his place and only heckles. Maybe it's a company he keeps nowadays, I don't know. But, you know, as you age, we expect to age gracefully with a bit of wisdom and allow youngsters to be the ones to be shouting. Honorable Karoli Omondi is much older, so I'll just ask him to relax. Just relax. Stop heckling. You have had your say. We have heard you. We are now debating and answering, contributing to what you have asked the Speaker to consider. And the Speaker cannot just consider what Karoli Omondi has said, unless you want to tell us and tell the country you have a monopoly of knowledge that what you say must be. You know, the people of Super South, they should know Honorable Karoli Omondi is a lawyer. But he has no monopoly of knowledge. This is a house of debate. You must allow debate. We were all quiet and listening to you. So also just have the temerity to listen to us. Because the people who brought this petition, Honorable Speaker, tell Honorable Mboni not to invite what he's inviting, because he knows things I can say.
I didn't hear anything that has been said. I didn't hear him shout. So.
You know, Honorable Mboni is a very good member of the Finance and National Planning Committee, and a very, very disciplined member of Parliament. I like him because he's very diligent in his work as a member of the Finance and National Planning Committee. That even last week you saw he had very well read and understood the provisions of the Finance Bill. And like others who are just shouting from their places, like I'm talking about people shouting from their seats, oh, oppose this, oppose that, clause 169, clause what? Honorable Speaker, what was I saying? I was saying this petition is properly before the House. The Speaker, the substantive Speaker, considered when the petition was sent to the National Assembly, because the people who sent it to the ministry and the public, Honorable Speaker, we may not, the public are laymen like many of us. They are not lawyers. And they may not know that a ministry does not have the constitutional mandate to consider such a petition. So they will petition the relevant line ministry. The line ministry will consider the issues and appreciate that the ministry cannot do anything without the input of the National Assembly. And that is how that petition found itself to the National Assembly. The substantive Speaker considered it, read it out, committed it to the relevant departmental committee, which is chaired by the Honorable Kawaya, the member for Mwala. And when it was presented here, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Section 34 of the Forest Conservation Management Act, the relevant departmental committee has considered it. Members of this House have considered, they have tabled the report, which was tabled some time back, and we should now be debating in second reading the substance of this petition and asking ourselves, are those people who have suffered many years of injustice, many years of injustice, Honorable Speaker, do they warrant to remain landless in this country, in a country that 63 years later, we say we are independent? Many people, Honorable Karoli Omondi, went to the forest, leave alone these wannabe Mau, these fake Mau you hear here, inciting everybody to go and burn things around. Those are fake Maus. The real Mau went to the forest to fight for land. And people lost lives. Blood was shed. That is why we were taught in primary school about the colors of the flag of our republic. That red stood for the blood that was shed by many Kenyans who sacrificed their lives so that we may get land as a primary factor of production. And therefore, it would be very unfair that the people in Kakamega, some who gave their land, where they owned ancestral land, to allow institutions of learning, to allow government offices to be built to serve the people, and were promised to be settled, and they have since settled in parts of these areas, Honorable Speaker, that we now tell them, okay, you gave your land, now go to hell. We can't. We must be responsible leaders who consider such petitioners, appreciate that they are Kenyans who deserve and who must get an opportunity to be heard. Honorable Speaker, I have moved to the debate on this matter because I thought
you may take your seat briefly. Honorable Karoli, you cannot be raising points of order on other points of order. And I would like to rule this way, that there is nothing unconstitutional. There is nothing unconstitutional because, first of all, this matter was processed in the right way. And there is a whole legal department in this parliament that checks any matter, that any petition that is brought. So it was properly processed. It was relayed to the relevant departmental committee. These members of this committee have visited the ground. They must have done a lot of public participation by engaging the communities. And now we are here, we are discussing the report, and I would like this to continue. Number two, from my own experience, for your information, I've been a chair for Lands Committee for 5 years in this house. And this is not the first time a petition of this nature has been brought. This house passed a petition concerning the committee ANMA. And this house ruled that that place be gazetted to be occupied by community members. So based on my own experience, I believe that you are wrong to say that this is the first time that a matter like this one has been brought. So for that reason, I would like people to continue with the debate, and I had given an opportunity to the Honorable Dr. Pokose to proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Karoli, once the Speaker has ruled, please allow the debate to proceed. And Honorable Speaker, I really want to thank you for that ruling, because this petition is actually filed by the community. I happen to come from that side of the world. I come from that side of the world, and Jebiuk phase 2 and 3 in Kapondi's constituency is in Mount Elgon constituency. And this has been a long way. When you go to Jebiuk, you will find that it's already occupied. It's not that it's a forest. People already settled there. And you remember, this is not the first time this petition is coming, Honorable Speaker. It came in the last parliament. And among them, we had even issues of excellence on farm, which is Makunga in Saboti. We have Kitalale phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. We have Smith Farm. We have even Mochongoi in Baringo that also brought in petitions of these similar issues. These are lands that are already occupied. And Honorable Speaker, when you look at some of these areas, people were displaced either on historical injustice or even just as forest evictees. Or some of them were even displaced during the post-election clashes. And these people, Honorable Speaker, many of them have lived in those areas with a lot of threats from the forest rangers. When you go to Exoronson Farm now, as we speak today, those people have no peace, because every year they are, whenever, and it's not a forest, this is land that has an IR number, it has an LR number. It was a white man's land, and the community members came together to purchase that land, and the Ministry of Lands had a transaction with them, and they were allocated that land. But unfortunately, 2013 January, when we were transitioning, you find that the cabinet secretary by then, called Noah Wekesa, illegally gazetted some of those lands to unjustifiably have those people, the communities who are living there, to be evicted. And these people have continued to suffer up to today, Honorable Speaker. So when such a petition comes, it's not just out of a petition that is out of the blues. It's out of the suffering of those people and out of the frustrations they have undergone, whereby their houses are destroyed, Their families are even, some of them end up being killed. And this, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Committee on Environment led by Engineer Vincent Mushoka, aka Kawaya, for having carried out the public participation within those areas. And Honorable Speaker, we are aware that this is a petition that was forwarded by the Cabinet Secretary. And the Cabinet Secretary did not have to sit on that petition. She did diligently and ensured that the petition reached the Speaker, it reached this House, and the House has processed it procedurally. And therefore, any attempt to derail it means it's an attempt. I think, unfortunately, my colleague, I think, is in the Linda Mama, ama Linda whatever, that when you are Linda Mwananchi, then these are Mwananchi who are suffering, and they deserve to be lindered equally, like any other person. So, I would want...
Dr. Pukosa, what is lindered?
No, Honorable Karoli is a member of the Linda, I think Linda Mama or Linda something. So, I think it's not listening. Yeah? Yeah, they normally call themselves that, which is a very unfortunate that you have selective Linda of, Madam Chair is, I think is a Swahili word for protecting. So, when we say we are protecting the people, then we must protect these people to ensure that their rights are not violated. Their rights are protected. They have access to land, which is a very emotive issue in this country, and which is central to livelihood within this country, is also protected. And I'm happy that the Committee on Environment went to Jebiuk, has made sure that those people they listen to them, they saw what is happening there. There are schools, there are houses, there are permanent residents within those places. There are government institutions within those places, and therefore, this is to regularize their settlement. With those few remarks, Honorable Madam Speaker, I support.
Thank you very much, Dr. Before we go to the Majority Leader, for the benefit of the Honorable Karoli Omondi, if he is listening, I've been able to get hold of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 385. He's not listening, but I can just put it for the record, that any person may petition the National Assembly for variation of boundaries of a public forest. And when you go down to sub-article 4, it says, the Cabinet Secretary shall, within 60 days of the petition being committed to the relevant committee, submit a recommendation on whether the petition should be approved, subject to A, B, and downward. So I would like to make reference to that and encourage the House to continue the debate. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, you are so right that I can't even begin. I was just going through the same act as you are reading. And the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Section 34, is what should guide such a petition. And this petition came to the House pursuant to the provisions of this section. And this is an act of Parliament.
The Forest Act.
So if anything would be unconstitutional, then it would be the act of Parliament enacted by this same House, Honorable Speaker, years ago. And as you have rightly said, Honorable Speaker, the act says that any person may petition the National Assembly, as you have said, for the variation of the boundaries or even for revocation of registration of a public forest or a portion of a public forest. Therefore, the petitioners were right, because any one of them would have done it. They never needed even to do it as a group. Honorable Speaker, 2 is what you have pointed out in subsection 4, and even before subsection 4, he says that the petition under subsection 2A says that such a petition under subsection 1 shall only be forwarded to the National Assembly on the recommendation of the service, and that is the Kenya Forest Service, Honorable Speaker, which falls under the Ministry of Forest and Environmental Conservation, Honorable Speaker. The petition made under this subsection will be considered in accordance with the provision of the Petitions to Parliament Procedure Act and our standing orders of the National Assembly. That is what the committee has done, pursuant to these provisions of the law. Subsection 4, Honorable Speaker, which you have alluded to, is that the Cabinet Secretary shall within 30 days, did the Cabinet Secretary conform with that? Yes, the Cabinet Secretary did that. Within 30 days of the petition being committed to the relevant committee, submit a recommendation on whether the petition should be approved or not. And the Cabinet Secretary did, and the Chair has alluded to it, give the Ministry's recommendations as to the provisions of this subsection 4. And what is made subjective by that subsection 4 is, one, whether the petition being subjected to an independent environmental impact assessment, which the committee's report ably captures. Two, whether public consultation had been done in line with what we were debating 2 weeks ago, public participation, because is a mandatory provision in our constitution that there must be public consultation being undertaken in accordance with the second schedule. That has been done, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, going to the substance of what the petitioners say. For those who know Manzini, for instance, and the Chair had alluded to it, it is a town. There's no forest. It is a town where people have settled. So unless you are telling us, just like Honorable Speaker, you remember in the 11th Parliament, this House considered such a petition from the people of Kamite Anima. Unfortunately, yours truly, the Speaker, was the chair of the Lands Committee in this House. And Honorable Speaker, you remember, you tabled a report in this House which was adopted. And in fact, we should be now asking the Ministry and KFS why they are yet to act on Committee Anima, because this is a place where people have settled, where there are public institutions, public schools, public government offices, administrative offices. People have built their homes, but the land was still classified to have been part of what was then Committee Forest, which no longer exists, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, these petitions, Honorable Speaker, that's why I say, speak to certain rights that Kenyans have. The right to own property. And we cannot deny the people of Kenya the right to own property, Honorable Speaker. And as I say, if you look at the people for Kakamega and the member for Navakholo, will tell you, many of those people were moved because they had to create room for establishment of government institutions. Are we then telling them that they cannot be settled anywhere else, Honorable Speaker, where they have settled now around Shiva, it's called Shivan, Shavilinga. These Western names, Honorable Speaker, are a bit difficult. I therefore say, Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this petition, and I thank the committee for having considered, because they have been considerate of the rights of other Kenyans who have rights to own property, a right to have shelter over their heads, and the people of Western Kenya must have that right, and they must enjoy it.
Give him a minute, please. Give the majority leader 1 minute.
Honorable Speaker, I was just finishing by saying the people of Kakamega have a right like all other Kenyans, and we must protect the people of Kakamega. We must protect the people of Uasin Gishu in Manzini there to own and be able to have shelter over their heads and be able to live decent livelihoods like the people of Kikuyu do, like the people of Suba South do. And we must live in a country where we feel each other's pain. When the people in Western Kenya live in pain, I must be able to feel that pain. Somebody from Suba South must be able to feel the pain of the people of Western Kenya, the people of Kakamega who are living without shelter today, Honorable Speaker. You must feel the pain of people of Manzini, Honorable Speaker, who cannot take bank loans today because they have no title deeds. I associate myself and fully support the committee, and I rise to support this motion, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Janet Citienei.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to be able to add my voice to this debate, because I come from Manzini. I want to thank the committee for banning the midnight oil and being able to even visit the area to confirm that the residents have been living there or residing there since the early 90s. They have been there for over 30 years. And therefore, I wish to also thank the Cabinet Secretary for being able to take it for approval for regularization to settle Manzini, Manzini, Chebiuk, and others. We also have other petitions like Chepkumya that will come in later. I know there are quite a number of petitions under this. Manzini area covers an area of 1241.5 hectares and was surveyed and designated an LR number 11945 for settlement, planning, and regularization. It was established in the early 90s to settle squatters and people who were landless. At the moment as we speak, it actually holds about over 30,000 people that are residing in that area. They have been there. We have over 16. It hosts over 15 institutions, that is schools, secondary schools, and primary schools. Manzini settlement also hosts a number of churches, over 30 churches. There is also a sub-county office that is established in Manzini area. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I really want to thank the committee for being able to burn the midnight oil to be able to cite these areas for regularization. Honorable Speaker, the people of Manzini have actually faced socioeconomic challenges for a very long time, for over 30 years, because of absence of this regularization, because they had no collaterals and they were not able to even engage in any social or economic activities or even indulge in developing that particular area. So this is going to give them an opportunity now to settle and be able to engage in economic activities because they are going to acquire a collateral to be able to engage in those economic activities. Honorable Speaker, these people have suffered for a long time. 30 years is not a short time to have a landless person not having a collateral to be able to engage in economic activities. Many of them have had families that have grown exponentially for 30 years, and some of them have even subdivided the land. Some of them have passed on, those that acquired that land at that time in the early 90s, and therefore this is coming in a right time to be able to settle those squatters so that they can also live like other Kenyans and engage in economic activities and develop their areas, grow even cash crops, and be able to earn a reasonable income to be able to grow the economy just like the other residents of this country. So, Honorable Speaker, I really wish to support this motion and support that even the other areas that have such challenges be considered in future so that all people that are landless and are able to be settled. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I want to thank the committee once more for being able to visit this site and realize that this is an area that has been settled. Not a single tree is existing there except that were planted by the residents of Manzini area at that, since the time they have settled in that area. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And for purposes of information, is that this petition was here even in the last term, last parliament. I still remember it was brought to this house, but because of the expiry of the EIA, it was stepped down. So this petition has been here long enough. It was in this house in the last parliament, the 12th parliament. So thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that opportunity.
Let me hear from the...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Let's hear a voice from Kakamega.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, I want to confirm that I come from Kakamega County, my sub-county being Navaholo sub-county. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, allow me to appreciate the Honorable Kawaya, the chair for this committee, for this very, very good motion he has brought to the House. Honorable Speaker, I just want to support, but put a claim, a suggestion, Honorable Speaker, that this is a wonderful position with two questions, Honorable Speaker. Are there trees in this land? The answer is no. Is there settlement in this land? The answer is yes. There are people, there are Kenyans who are staying there, Honorable Speaker. But they are staying there, Honorable Speaker, without title. They have nothing to present should you call upon them to say, what do you own? So what we are doing, Honorable Speaker, we are just saying that we have to formalize, give these Kenyans a title to where they own, a title to what they hold on, Honorable Speaker. And most of it, Honorable Speaker, is not individual. These are institutions. Institutions, for instance, issues of schools, issues of hospital, churches, and administrative units, Honorable Speaker. But I want to take one direction, Honorable Speaker, to address the issue of Turbo. My good neighbor here, the Honorable Nabina Bwera, a very responsible member of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, whom I want to really applaud for the efforts he has made. Honorable
Chairman, I have a point of order from the Honorable Member for Kericho, the Honorable Kemei. What is out of order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Having listened to the members, I stand on and our Order 95. I request that the mover be called upon to reply. It is like everybody else is supporting. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, I can put that to test. Can I give one way? Let me give one way chance to conclude.
Thank you, Honorable
You
Speaker.
have a balance of like about 3 minutes.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, without usurping your powers, Honorable Speaker, this motion going without the voice of Lugari, the custodian of our forest, where Honorable Speaker would want to say something about, will not be very good and fair for him, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that the chair for the committee, Honorable Speaker, should take possession of the request of the people of Lugari, especially the Mautuma settlement scheme, Honorable Speaker. In the year 2002, and the member for Lugari is here, if you give him chance, he'll have to say so. In the year 2002, Honorable Speaker, in the year 1992, Honorable Speaker, the scheme called Mautuma Settlement Scheme was suggestively given to the people of Lugari. Those are 34 years from today. Honorable Speaker, these people are now living as squatters. The institution, the schools there, Honorable Speaker, we have about several number of schools, and the member can count for us. We have several churches, administrative units. There is no forest, Honorable Speaker, in Mautuma today. I want to implore my colleague, the Honorable Member, Mheshimiwa Kawaya, that should our petition land on your desk, expeditiously put it to us, so that we pass in a similar way, so that the people of Mautuma can also have the same. And why should I speak about Mautuma, Honorable Speaker? My people from Navaholo and Lugari, they are neighbors. Some have also have to suffer the same fate, Honorable Speaker. So when I join my colleague, the Honorable Nabi, we will be pushing for our people in the common interest. And Honorable Speaker, I just reiterate on the earlier debate that a member wanted to raise in terms of curbing the House to debate such an issue, Honorable Speaker. Article 95 is obsolete, Honorable Speaker, to resolve any issue. Nothing stops this House from resolving any issue, even an obstacle that states otherwise. We have all the rights to resolve, discuss. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to implore and say we are right, the petition is rightfully before us, and we move on to support this report by the great member of the great chair of this committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Thank you, Member for Navakolo. Honorable members, I will give a chance to the Honorable Nabwera Nabi. After that, I'll put to test what has been said by the Honorable Kemei.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Turbo Forest, which is mentioned here, is partly in Wasingishu and partly in Kakamega. Half of the forest is in my constituency, Lugari. Madam Speaker, in 1992 June 7th, the then President of the Republic of of Kenya, President Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, using the powers given to him by the Constitution by that time, having been a trustee of all the land, gave land to people of Manzini and gave land to people of Mautuma in Lugari constituency the same day. Honorable Speaker, the people of Manzini for 32 years have been living as squatters simply because the then systems that were there did not regularize the land so that the land would be moved from forest and people be given the titles. The same fate befell the people of Lugari. Honorable Speaker, the people of Jebuk have suffered for years. The people of Shivinga and Shiru in Kakamega have suffered the same fate. Madam Speaker, as we debate this issue, as I support this issue wholeheartedly, I'm putting it to the chair, and I've spoken to him personally, that he processes the petition of the people of Mautuma Central, which houses 7 primary schools, 2 secondary schools. It houses Amin Stadium. It houses our KMTC. It houses 2 markets and a township. 27 churches that he considers the same. Honorable Speaker, one of the things that the broad-based government promised the people of Kenya is to treat people equitably. And it is on that basis that I support this petition and request the chairman of the committee to look at all the petitions so that people are treated equally before going into the next election. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Kapondi.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to add my voice. This debate wouldn't have been concluded without the voice of Mount Elgon. Madam Speaker, this is a historical issue. It is about historical injustice. And what we need to understand, if I may put you to the historical context, the people who resided in Kitale before the colonialists, when they were displaced in 7 different directions. There are those ones who left to Uganda. There are those ones who left to West Pokot. There are those ones who left to Narok. And Madam Speaker, the Elgonji Dorobo were displaced to what is currently known as Chepkitale. Madam Speaker, the government of Kenya in 1971, the reason why I'm saying it's a historical issue, from 1971, when this settlement was created, the gazettement has not been done. It was partially done in 1989, which considered only phase 1. But phase 2 and phase 3, Madam Speaker, to date, has remained an eyesore. Madam Speaker, one reason why Mount Elgon is what it is in terms of failure to realize the necessary development is because Jebuk remains an integral part of Mount Elgon. It has remained a sore wound. Without it being sorted out, the entire Mount Elgon has witnessed the conflicts that it has witnessed because the issue of Jebuk phase 2 and phase 3 has not been resolved. I wish, Madam Speaker, that my friend Karoli Omondi was part of this committee on environment to have visited. I wish he was part of that committee that went for public participation. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, that you talk about a forest is a place that is completely settled, infrastructure is fully there, and Madam Speaker, for lack of this degazettement, these people have been living like bats. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank this government that after successive governments tried and failed to make the necessary move so that these people get the rightful share. Madam Speaker, it is only this government that has moved forward courageously. And I want to applaud our president for taking the lead. I want to applaud this committee and the colleagues in this house that let us give the people of Jebiu, the people of Manzini, and we give the people of Chavringa the justice they deserve by giving them title deeds so that they can also live like other Kenyans. Otherwise, my friend Karoli, nobody doubts your intellect as one of the finest lawyers in this country, but also have a human heart and have time at least to go through reports. I remember during the finance bill, one of our colleagues talked about what is a non-existent clause. So in this report, it is clear, Madam Speaker, that there were 100 petitions that came to this house, which the ministry took over and consolidated. And that is why we have this motion before the House in the right way. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to conclude by saying that there are other areas, like in Mautuma. Talk of other areas like Kaptega, like Kiboro, where Kenyans are still suffering. They have not gotten their rights. So, Madam Speaker, as we conclude this matter, for people of Chebiuk, Manzini, and Chavringa to get what is rightful theirs, let us also consider those ones that the petition is yet to come to this house so that we can expeditiously sort out.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for the Raka. You're the last one on this.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before you put the question, I would wish to first and foremost support this motion. I think it's timely because it is doing justice to people who have suffered injustice for quite some time. And number two, it's good we have some legal discussion with the Honorable Karoli Omondi because he seemed to challenge the constitutionality of the motion on the basis that he read a constitutional provision. That provision deals with the constitutional petitions. What we are dealing with here is a petition under the Forest Management and Conservation Act. And it's not the only one that has provision for petitions. Under the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, there are various provisions for petitions to be taken to the High Court, to be brought to Parliament, and to be taken to the Ministry. Number three, even under the Marriage Act and the marriage laws, we have a provision for petitions. And those are totally different from public petitions under the Constitution. And finally, remember a petition brought by a cabinet secretary is also a public petition because it is brought on behalf of the people. Just the way we have public funds, public lands, and whatever else we have to have. So your ruling is correct, and we will be going with Karoli Omondi once in a while later to discuss how these petitions are constitutional and how they are supposed to be brought. I do support.
Thank you, Member for the Raka. Honorable members, the member for Kericho County rose on a point of order and stated Standing Order 95 that the mover be called upon to reply, and I would like to put this to test on whether the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover. Give the mic to the Honorable Kawaya.
All right,
Vincent
thank you.
Musyoka.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to donate just 1 minute to Honorable Kimani Kuria, then I will do reply in 1 minute. You can't.
When the mover has been called to reply, you can't.
The mover cannot donate a minute.
Yes, you cannot. So when someone raises understanding order 95, you do not have the... I know you want to be kind to your colleague, but
really
the standing orders do not allow you to do that. Just go ahead and
Honorable
reply.
Speaker, thank you, and I want to appreciate members for the contributions and in support of what is actually right. Honorable Speaker, we should never make it a habit of trivializing everything, especially on small issues that the law knows no cure. And for this particular matter, Honorable Speaker, the most important thing is the content. It is important to note that the people of Shaviringa, these are people who donated their very, very own land to government. And they have been frustrated over years after donating their own land that they owned. This is not government donating land to them. They surrendered their own land. They have been frustrated over the years because where they were settled, because government, for instance, on this particular case, wanted to build public facilities. It is right, because we have taken their property to settle these people and give them the relevant documents. Honorable Speaker, the matter of other petitions or other pending similar matters has also been raised. And let me also say that during the consideration of this particular petition, this is a fairly emotive matter. And there are so many similar petitions that are yet to be considered. And we've been in discussions with also the relevant other stakeholders to see how we can expedite the other petitions so that other Kenyans can consolidate them. For instance, the Mautuma case that has just been mentioned, this ought actually to have been together with the Manzini because it is the same area. And we regret the omission, and we will expedite as soon as this petition comes before the House, because the Forest Conservation and Management Act, as it is, sets out clearly the procedures of disgazettement of any public land, and that and other petitions that some of which have also been actually considered by the cabinet will be expedited as soon as they come before the committee. And with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, allow me to reply. I beg to reply.
Honorable members, I now put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining in its report of the consideration of a petition by the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry relating to variation of boundaries of Tarbo Forest, Manzini area, Mount Elgon Forest, Chepuk phases 2 and 3, and Kakamega Forest, Shiru, Shifaringa settlement schemes laid on the table of this House on Wednesday, 24th June 2026, and pursuant to provisions of Section 34(5) of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 385, this House, A, finds that the petition by the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry relating to variation of boundaries of Tarbo Forest, Manzini area, Mount Elgon Forest, Chepuk phases 2 and 3, and Kakamega Forest, Shiru, Shaviranga settlement schemes provide sufficient grounds for the variation of the boundaries of specified public forest, and B, approves Roman 1 that the boundaries of Tarbo Forest be varied by excluding 1,241.5 hectares in the Manzini area from the original boundaries of the forest for the settlement of the landless quarters in Manzini Forest Block. Roman 2, that the boundaries of Mount Elgon Forest be varied by excluding 6,000, I take that again, by excluding 4,647 hectares in the Manzini area from the original boundaries of the forest for the settlement of the landless quarters in the Manzini forest block. I take two again. Honorable members, because of the numbers and for the accuracy of this petition, I would like to repeat two. That the boundaries of Mount Elgon Forest be varied by excluding 4,647 hectares in Chepuk area from the original boundaries of the forest for the settlement of the landless quarters in Chepuk Phase 2 and Phase 3. And Roman 3, that the boundaries of Kakamega Forest be varied by excluding 94.99 hectares at Shiru and 36 hectares at Shivaranga from the original boundaries of the forest as compensation of beneficiaries who surrendered land to the government to establish public institution and government offices. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 12, the Sovereign Wealth Fund, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2026. Second reading.
Chair, budget, I heard you, but that is as per the reorganized order paper by the Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise to move that the Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2026 be now read for a second time. Honourable Speaker, allow me first to thank the Chair and the members of the Committee of Finance and National Planning who took this this bill through the public participation phase, and they engaged the public last month when many of us were on recess, and the Finance Committee took a lot of their time to consider this bill and take it to the public through public participation. Honourable Speaker, the Finance and National Planning Committee, having conducted this very extensive public participation, received memoranda from at least 12 key institutional stakeholders and held physical hearings across the many counties that they visited as they also considered the finance bill. And if you have had time to go through their report, the National Treasury did raise concerns over excessive financial exposure, leading the committee to strictly prohibit investments in high-risk speculative derivatives, unlisted real estate, and private equity. And those who have looked at the bill, you know that indeed these are issues that had been pointed out in the bill. There are also issues that the Controller of Budget warned against, a parallel financial architecture resulting in committee revisions to at least 3 clauses, that's clauses 11, 14, and 17, having made, or rather making written authorization from the Controller of Budget mandatory for all fund withdrawals, so that any withdrawals from this fund must now get the authorization of the controller of budget, not controller. The Office of the Auditor General also flagged a lack of a transition triggers for resource depletion, prompting the committee to require a pre-approved structured depletion strategy plan to safeguard long-term savings. Honourable Speaker, I know many of the stakeholder engagement issues that were raised are contained in the report by all the other people who appeared before the committee, and therefore let me not belabor some of these issues, because I'm certain the chair of the National Finance and National Planning Committee, who was actively involved in the public participation, will speak to some of these issues. But that is to say, Honourable Speaker, that the bill will be informed by stakeholder engagements and public participation in amendments when we get to the Committee of the Whole House on this bill. And moving on, Honourable Speaker, let me just state that this bill is a very important bill in the new financial architecture of our country, Honourable Speaker. And I say the new thinking and in the new financial architecture of our country because when we went to the public to seek for their votes 3 years ago, we did promise the people of Kenya that we shall re-engineer how we manage public resources and ensure that we do not overburden the people of Kenya with taxation. And we can only do that, Honorable Speaker, if we are taking care of our resources, including our natural resources, and utilizing them now for the benefit of our generation and future generations, Honorable Speaker. And we cannot do that if we do not have the financial architecture and institutional or legal framework to guarantee the people of Kenya that we are indeed going to take care of our resources now and in the future. And the resources that we have today, Honorable Speaker, will not be used or utilized and depleted within 1 or 2 generations. That even our children's children and their grandchildren will come to benefit from resources that belong to our country, Honorable Speaker. You know, before independence, Honorable Speaker, many people came to Africa, our colonial masters, and many of them came and extracted resources from raw materials in the agricultural sector to minerals and other natural resources, and they utilized these resources to grow their economies back home and left many African nations in squalor and in abject poverty, Honorable Speaker. And that is why you hear even today, Honorable Speaker, we must be at the forefront as a nation that is very strong in this region, Honorable Speaker, and I must thank the President because he has been at the forefront in advocating for a fairer financial architecture in the world, Honorable Speaker. Because many African countries or many countries in the South have suffered years and years, Honorable Speaker, of very unjust financial architecture. And therefore, part of that endeavor, Honorable Speaker, must also begin here at home and in the country, Honorable Speaker, and that is what informs the government's position and policy around the establishment of a number of new things, which we began, Honorable Speaker, with the National Infrastructure Fund, which I must thank this House because that fund now is a reality, and Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Karoli Omondi was just asking me to thank him that we have now even gotten an extra few billion shillings from Safaricom, Honorable Speaker. And I am glad that they now appreciate that there are certain things that are being done by this administration in the best interest of our country and in the best interest of the people of Kenya. And I speak about the National Infrastructure Fund, Honorable Speaker, because in a way it has a relation to this fund that we seek to establish under this bill. Because this bill seeks to establish the Kenya Sovereign Wealth Fund as a structured financial instrument that will be designed to safeguard our long-term economic stability and also ensure the benefits of our natural resources are preserved for the present generation, ourselves, and future generations, our children and their children, Honorable Speaker. And the fund is proposed to achieve a number of objectives, which include providing the national government or the Kenyan government with a buffer from fluctuations of resource or revenues fluctuations from extraordinary shocks. And Honorable Speaker, we are living such a time, Honorable Speaker, that our economy, our macroeconomy, is suffering from external and extraordinary shocks. The war in the Middle East is such an extraordinary occurrence that we have no control over, but in a way, it affects our macroeconomic stability. COVID, as the member for, is that the member for Molo, the member for Dagoretti South says, COVID also came as an extraordinary shock to our macroeconomy, and we had no buffer. Therefore, we seek to have a buffer that should anything like COVID, war, even the riots that you see every now and then instigated by clueless, rudderless, visionless politicians. Those are also shocks to the economy, Honorable Speaker, that affect our revenue mobilization and our revenue resources. And therefore, should such occurrences occur, we must always have a buffer. And this is one of the objectives of this bill. Two, the bill also seeks to provide finance for strategic infrastructural investment priorities that will foster growth, economic growth, that is inclusive and growth and development of our economy that will transcend one generation. And therefore, this bill also seeks to provide finance for such strategic infrastructure investments that are commercially viable. And therefore, no funds will come out of this fund to go and be utilized for investments that are not commercially viable. For instance, Honorable Speaker, the commercial viability of a new international airport at JKIA is something that we have spoken over for donkey years, Honorable Speaker. And whereas we know it is a commercially viable investment for our country, we may not have the immediate resources to do that. But if we had developed such a sovereign wealth fund years ago, we would probably have resources that we can borrow from that fund, invest in a commercially viable investment that will help grow our economy and be able to repay the money back into the fund that will benefit even future generations. The third objective, Honorable Speaker, is to build a savings base for future generations. And Honorable Speaker, this fund, maybe I didn't mention, will draw its sources of revenue or its sources of funds from our mineral and oil resources, the upstream extraction of our natural resources, Honorable Speaker. And this money from our minerals, money that will come from our oil extraction in Turkana and probably other areas where we may find oil, but minerals that are there in Kitui, and the member for Kitui Central, the Honorable Makali Mulu, will tell you that the people of Kitui today, many of them suffer because of lack of water, for instance. They have very fertile land, very good and rich soils, but because they don't have water for irrigation, at times they suffer from hunger. At times they have to depend on relief food from the government, Honorable Speaker. And those members like the Honorable Makali Mulu, who come from this corner of Kenya in Kitui, will tell you that this is a land that is very rich with mineral resources. But will those mineral resources be exploited by foreigners because they have the capital to extract those minerals and leave the people of Kitui today and in the future living in abject poverty? We want to ensure that when you extract minerals from Kitui, part of the money that is shared and given to the national government goes into this fund to benefit the people of Kitui now and in the future. That even 100 years from today, Honorable Speaker, the children of Kitui, the great-great-great-grandchildren of Governor Makali Mulu, will benefit from resources that was extracted by their great-great-grandfathers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, therefore, this fund's third objective is to ensure that we are not only doing what we have done with NSSF, and that's why I said many of these things are intertwined. Remember, we spoke here when we were doing amendments in the last parliament on the NSSF bill on the need to have a savings culture in this country. We cannot be telling people to save, but as a country, we are not saving. We are therefore institutionalizing that savings culture in this bill, that we do not deplete our mineral and our oil reserves or resources in the country, and we save nothing for future generations. Or we save nothing to be a buffer for us to go and run to that buffer when we have macroeconomic shocks like the war, COVID, or any other shock that would come to our economy, Honorable Speaker. And you know, these economic shocks, Honorable Speaker, come at the worst of times. Remember, we just came from the COVID pandemic. Then the war happens in the Middle East when nobody expected it. You remember political scavengers a few months ago were inciting Kenyans, telling Kenyans, oh, it is President William Ruto and this government that is taking the prices of oil up. Not telling people that the prices of fuel in this country are even cheaper than many other developed and oil-producing countries, Honorable Speaker. Because economic shocks, global economic shocks, will always be there. And when they are there, what we need to do is to ensure that we have a buffer that we can run to. Honorable Speaker, this fund comprises of three distinct components, And one is what has been called the Urithi component, or the heritage component, which preserves wealth for future generations through long-term investments. The other is the stabilization component that I was speaking to, which cushions our economy during periods of declining resource revenues or external economic shocks like the ones I mentioned, whether it is war, whether it is an epidemic like Ebola, that when those things happen and we are hit by economic shocks that will drive up inflation, we have something that a buffer that we can fall to, and that is the stabilization component. The strategic infrastructure investment component, Honorable Speaker, is what I was alluding to when I said that should we have a fund that we can draw from to invest in commercially viable projects, that will also help our economy to grow, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this bill is a very important bill for our country, and members will see from the provisions of the bill and some of the safeguards that even the committee has spoken to on ensuring that any monies that are any of the funds, should they, before withdrawal of such monies, the controller of budget has a view or has a purview of that. Honorable Speaker, additionally, nobody will be allowed to use as collateral for any borrowing of a national government entity, a state corporation, a county government entity or county corporation, or any other legal or natural person. Nobody will be allowed to use these funds as collateral for any borrowing. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, for those who have gone through the bill, you see, the only thing that can happen within the funds, any surplus funds that we have, we can use whatever surplus funds we have in this fund to liquidate or to reduce on our public debt, which, Honorable Speaker, we have again been speaking in volumes and very loudly about public debt. Yet all we do is speak about public debt, but many people do nothing about it. Honorable Speaker, you heard those who last week were pontificating here on how we are getting ourselves into debt, but they never have alternative ideas on what to do to deal with public debt. Because, Honorable Speaker, the best you can do with public debt, and globally, whether you go to Japan, whether you go to the US, whether you go to the UK, where our Prime Minister has just resigned, Honorable Speaker, there is no country that is not confronted with the question of public debt. And even us as individuals, we deal with our own debt on a daily basis. All we need to be certain about, Honorable Speaker, as a country, as individuals, is your capacity or our ability to repay on our debt.
Majority Leader, just to fill you in, it is unfortunate that these members are not here to contribute to this important debate that would be giving us solutions to the issue of public debt.
Honorable Speaker, it is indeed unfortunate. And I say, you know, some of the ones who are pontificating here and shouting loudest the other week, I heard them even claim that they had appeared before the Finance and National Planning Committee and would be proposing amendments during the Committee of the Whole. When the Committee of the Whole was here, Honorable Speaker, they were nowhere. They went missing. Because, as I had said, all they seek to do is to come during debate, during second reading, speak to the gallery, go and cut clips to circulate on TikTok, and look heroic. You are just a villain. You cannot be a hero when you just appear in Parliament to speak to the gallery and do nothing, because actually you don't even believe yourself in the things you are saying. That is why people went to pontificate, because you know, oh, when I appear for public participation before the National Planning and Finance Committee, they will be live on camera, there will be cameras in the room, and I might look very intelligent in front of those cameras. But what you're not telling Kenyans is that you are lying to them, because you know better and you know the truth. And I say that especially those who claim to be students of economists, because any student of economics knows the truth about the things they speak about that are not true. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, I have challenged many of them, those who are here the other week, and I have told them, if there is something you ever said in this house, stand by it if you said it on a matter of principle. But if you are just pontificating for the sake of speaking to the gallery and speaking to cameras, Kenyans will call you out. And I thank Kenyans, because I have seen over this weekend, they have called out those who are intellectual conmen and masters of intellectual deceit. Kenyans have called them out. They have seen that they were only pontificating here, alleging that they can do things in committee of the whole house, yet they never file a single amendment to the Finance Act, to the Finance Bill, which is now an act of Parliament, Honorable Speaker.
What is out of order? What is out of order, Honorable Gitonga? John.
So, Honorable Speaker, is the majority leader in order?
And ensure that you state to me the point of order that you are making reference to.
Is the majority leader on order, Honorable Speaker?
No, you cannot tell me order.
Honorable Speaker,
I order you now
members
to state the point of order on which you are raising, so that you relate with what is out of order.
Honorable Speaker, I have seen you give many people point of orders without asking them why. Honorable Speaker, it's not right.
But now I'm asking you what is out of order and which standing order you are referring to. Then, if there is nothing out of order, just take your seat. Proceed, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You may forgive the Honorable Member for Manyata. He's doing his first term, so he has not taken time to familiarize himself with the standing orders. And Honorable Speaker, you have directed, and other speakers have directed, that when you seek to interject on a point of order, you must know what the provisions of the standing orders. And I would invite the member for Manyata to just read, not to be like those who are not reading. You had a member here claim there is a clause 169 of a bill that he had not read. And he was there pontificating, Honorable Speaker. I was saying, I thank God and I thank the people of Kenya because they are calling out people who are intellectual conmen and masters of political deceit. And I thank the people of Kenya for calling them out. And they must continue to call, even me, if I become an intellectual conman and a master of political deceit, please call me out, Kenyans. And thank you for calling out the masters of political deceit and intellectual conmen who pontificate about economic matters when they are lying to Kenyans and do nothing about it when they ought to do something about it, Honorable Speaker. I was saying that because during debate of the Finance Bill, Honorable Speaker, I had many stand here and say, I oppose this clause because of this and this and that. And when we challenge them, show us where those provisions are in the bill, they couldn't because they knew those provisions are not there. I thank Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, because...
For the benefit of the Honorable Gitonga, you go to our standing orders, Roman 5, table of contents. It will give you everything that you want to make reference to. So if you have this book and you just go to, it's just very easy. So just go there and mention the standing order. I'll give it to you.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for guiding the young member for Manyata. And I will also help him. In fact, the gadgets in front of us, Honorable Speaker,
I'll be fair to you. Now
have digital copies.
Which standing order are you making reference to?
The gadgets in front of us
the Majority Leader, let me hear him.
Honorable Speaker, I am standing on a point of order, standing order 105. Honorable Speaker, is the Majority Leader on order? Honorable Speaker, the members can read the standing order and see what it says. But Honorable Speaker, I want the
Can you stop correcting his language? Just stop correcting his language.
Thank you very
much.
much.
Please proceed.
Protect me from these members of... Honorable Speaker, I just don't want to lose my train of thought. I just want, Honorable Speaker, the Majority Leader to clarify.
Did you say standing order 105?
Yes.
I want to know for him.
No, I'm on point of order. You cannot be on a point of order when I'm on a point of order. It's not possible.
101
on the point of order.
Please read it verbatim, word to word. Word to word, so that the people of Manyata know that.
Majority, Honorable Baya, let him read the standing order.
105. 1 for one.
Honorable Speaker,
105.
my gadget is reading a different clause, Honorable Speaker.
So you are completely out of order. Honorable Gitonga Mukunji, you are completely out of order. Take your seat. Majority Leader, please conclude your remarks.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, let us forgive the member for Manyata. Standing order 105 is members to remain in their places until the Speaker has left the chamber.